stadium. It can be something like a concert where you're not joining the place, but you are remotely in, and so on. And some more practical applications, transportation, logistics, teleoperated driving, autonomous bus systems. In some countries, they are running now on the streets. Or an area which is very important for Brunei, digital oil field. So manufacturing is one of the areas where we believe we can use the capabilities of 5G to make more out of what we are using today. So it's good to know that anywhere in the world people are thinking about it, creating that. So I think Royal Brunei Armed Forces, they have adopted the drone technology now, so far not using 5G technology, but they understand that new technology has to be incorporated. So we have to put the pieces together in the future that the elements which we are creating can work together. And how we are doing this, what we really need here in Brunei to create the real applications and to transform expectations in quite tangible value we want to create for our work, for our life, and for the national economy. And that's not about technology. It's about our brains, our mindsets. And this is really the point where we have struggled a while, and where anybody struggled in the world because he has to start somewhere. And I want to speak about that. So let's look on the right side of the picture. 5G. 5G is one element out of a stack of things we need to create value. It's not about the radio. It's about the combination of infrastructure, resources, spectrum, networks, data center, data creation, data analysis, cybersecurity, and of course, applications and devices. So this stack here, and the good news is the most of these parts are available today here in Brunei on the ground. We have 5G, we have the networks, we have data centers, we are working on artificial intelligence, on big data analysis, and so on. Cloud is available, cybersecurity. And if you're looking around during this conference the next 2 days as well, many speakers will address that. But as well, really the important part is to say, what are my ideas to use all that and to create something? It's a journey, right? The most difficult part of a journey is to make the first step and to find out who should join the journey. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, take partners with you which can help you. So ideas means think out of the box. Identify what kind of value you can create. Identify the building blocks you need to connect the dots. And of course, run a proof of concept to find out if what you thought about is really working as expected. This is really what we need to step in. There should be no excuse anymore. We are missing this or that. Probably to start with, we have everything here in the country now. And please visit the booths of the companies which are here in the exhibition. They speak about security, they speak about cloud, they speak about infrastructure, data centers, and so on. Please do that, and you will find out it's the reality. So let's take this part here. Ideas. It's a bit untangible for us. Can we make it a bit more tangible? What kind of ideas we should take and how we want to process them? And there is a maybe more principled but simple approach, right? So if we are using digital platforms and moving systems, and systems means a combination between application, devices, people, processes, a system which is creating something. If we are moving then on a digital platform, so we are moving from the way we are operating today traditionally, using technology. So that should be easy, right? Because we have done it with the traditional means. We should know what kind of elements I need to do it more advanced digitally. Yeah? What's the important part for that? It's the part of value creation. What is the real value created by that? Are we only substituting something by a new platform, exactly the same speed, the same behavior, the same experience? We can do that, yeah. But is there enough value behind? So I believe this part is about efficiency, cost reduction, convenience to use, time to market. No way to develop that over 5 years. It should be on the market maybe in 6 months. Yeah? And very important is we need to achieve easily a broad adoption. Otherwise, something is prepared, nobody knows, nobody uses. The second part is a bit more complicated. So we could create new systems which have not been in place before or could not be created by traditional means. So we have now building blocks which can change that. And that's a very disruptive approach, because that will lead to somebody will win. And we have to check, is there somebody will lose by doing this? I will give you an example. It's not really, it was disruptive, although it was easy. 40 years ago, we wrote a letter to send to our relatives to say, I'm well. Yeah? Somebody invented email. Took 20 years to get broad adoption. We are not sending written letters anymore, right? But we have sent postcards during vacation with nice pictures. We are not doing it anymore because we are taking a picture and sending it via WhatsApp. So does it mean that the postal service went bankrupt? No, because in parallel, we are running e-commerce, online shopping. We have even more business now by carrying parcels. Let's think in these dimensions. And of course, there is a gray zone in between, combining both spheres. So I think what's very important, discuss your ideas with partners you believe they can help you to fill the gaps you cannot cover by yourself, and to provide the building blocks you need. So, and let's speak about, again, some statistics. There is this World Intellectual Property Organization Global Innovation Index. And in 2020, the time when 5G started, they have ranked Brunei on place 71 out of 131 countries. Not too bad. Although, on the infrastructure part, telecommunication, other parts, we have been that time on 59 already. And we are improving because we are building new infrastructure, we are implementing new technologies. Yeah? So there's a gap between infrastructure and how this is materializing in terms of innovation. And exactly this gap we need to close. Technology itself is not helping if the part of ideas and the effort to make it bring it to life is missing. Okay, back to 5G. So where we are, because that was the main question, where we are and what to come. And like always, they are speaking about 5G. Yeah, they will tell me in 5 years we will be there. This is not what you want to tell today. We first here in the country, we announced that 5G will be in place in September 2019. And we have started planning about 5G. Because it's a process, it's infrastructure, it costs a lot of money, and you want to choose the right pieces because the investment needs to be carrying then what you want to produce out of that. So the planning started. We have implemented a proof of concept network in Brunei in April 2020. It's more than 2 years ago, so 5G was in Brunei for 2 years ago, but not for public use, because as a network operator, as people are trying to find out the use cases, they want to test it in a certain way, right? So we have started the rollout of a modernized mobile network, which currently is delivering great experience on the 4G side, but this network is built to carry 5G. So we will not go again on the towers to do that. It's there already. And this rollout is going right well. I think 90% of all base stations here in the country are already modernized. They are already in place with the technology we need to start to provide 5G services to the country. So in parallel, we started quite early with the colleagues from AETI and other organizations with the task force. Why? Because it was clear that it's not about technology, so we have to bring the people to the table which can contribute. And it starts with education, with skills, universities, bright minds, young minds, and ends up with regulation, which we need to look into if it's carrying what we need to do in the 5G space. So all that was running for more than 2 years, and it was well hidden, right? So probably not so much of you have been fully aware, despite the colleagues which are coming from the telco companies, of course, they knew it. But for the rest, it was like, yeah, they are speaking about 5G, but nothing happened. A lot of things happened. The infrastructure today is ready for the launch. Okay, maybe a bit more technical now, I'm sorry. What is very important to communicate about is how good we are stuffed with a main resource for mobile communication. And this is spectrum. Spectrum is the medium carrying the bits and bytes we want to use between machines, between humans, systems, and so on. So our decision was, this is aligned also with the regulator, that we should really use the spectrum available in the best way to put the spectrum for modern technologies. And we have quite a lot of that. So this allows us really to provide great customer experience. And part of the spectrum which we are using for the 4G, we will also use for the 5G. So it's not completely disruptive. And the good news also, there is new spectrum for 5G, high band. But if you see how big the pillar is, this is, let's say, a proxy to understand how much data at the same time can be delivered. The other side is how to use. So what we are using today is mobile broadband. And this is probably the first step, very seamless to step into say, we will continue to use mobile broadband, but enhanced with 5G. And there are many 5G Android smartphones on the market, which will be ready to log in the 5G network. Again, 5G is hardware. So if you believe that your old phone via a software upgrade can be used in the 5G network, unfortunately, this is not working. So you need to choose probably a new phone in time, and then please look on a phone which is enabled hardware from the hardware side for 5G. Also the iPhones, not only the Androids, will be able to run in the 5G network. For the iPhones, I think from number 12, onwards, they're all 5G capable, and we are looking forward to get them on board from September onwards. So purchasing a new iPhone, a new smartphone, Android phone, the only thing you need to ask the dealer, is this phone working in the 5G network in Brunei? And he will say, yes. And then you are saying, oh, can you please open the fine print? And you have to see if such numbers are appearing on the fine print. These are the bands, the spectrum, which the phone can tune in. And we are using the most common bands in the world. So I believe any world-marked product will be carrying what we need to do. Okay? So this is enough about technology. Conclusion. First of all, we will launch soon. What is soon in Brunei? Any indication? Not tomorrow, not tomorrow, because we are here on my IC conference. But soon is soon. But please, the key messages are, technology is only the enabler. 5G, infrastructure, data center, cloud, IoT, everything. These are components are available. What's important for us is really to focus now to transform our ideas and visions for 5G in actionable activities, to identify and test applications which by the end will create the value and the building blocks for Brunei's digital economy. Thank you very much. Questions, please. Okay, quite a few questions. I will answer on the order. 2 minutes? Okay. Where you can see applications of 5G to our young industries such as food, logistics, finance. I think we are in the process here in Brunei to have a digital payment hub. Yeah? So these are technologies which will accelerate that. Cloud, data center, 5G, food, logistics. In any case, I believe logistics is the most easy part to enter in because it's widely used already in the world. Many applications for the logistics sector is there, starting with vehicle tracking and ending up with tracking of the goods and services which are on the vehicles with expiration date, route, cooling, everything possible, right? This is there, and I believe that this is easy part. We have agriculture here in Brunei, and I believe, and I know that the organizations which are dealing with agriculture, they are looking on digital ways to do that. Sensors in the fields, humidity, sunshine, temperature, and so on. Here 5G can create easy value because these applications are known. What role do our industry here have to play to fully ride on the bandwagon? Identify how 5G will enable your business to create more value. That's the only answer. We are, as telecom people, we are very seldom in the details of other industries, so we cannot fully answer that question. The only thing we can answer, explain what you need, explain what you expect, and we will try to build that. When we really actually see real innovative services applications, when we are starting to do that. Don't look on somebody else. Look on yourself. What I can do to create the pieces which I need and believe are in creating value for others. So don't be passive, be active. Any examples of how 5G is applicable? First of all, it's a mobile technology, right? So this is one thing. But I believe our educational sector is moving towards digitalization. Was a great example. The industry has provided an e-education solution to both ministries to staff people with laptops, with mobile devices, connecting to the network. So this is a first stepstone. Yeah? Anything else? Content, virtual reality, augmented reality for learning content. This is something we don't need to look too far. Yeah? We know what we want to transport to pupils. Let's use technology sensible and create a bit of better learning experience. These are the easy steps we can go. And now I have to shut up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stefan Euler, for sharing with us on the future of 5G. The next topic we have today will be brought to you by Young Mulia Mr. Joey Hang, Vice President of Innovation and Technology at Imagine Sendirian Berhad, presenting on #Imagine a Stronger Nation, Digitalization in the New Normal. The floor is yours, Mr. Hang.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues and friends. It is indeed great, to be here, to be able to meet up in masses once again after years. What I want to talk to you about today, generally, it's a topic that we've been discussing years, even pre-COVID, right? What is generally digitization, right? So it's been talked about a lot, but I want to bring it up again, because the setting is different, right? The setting is different because of COVID, and it is real. So, we have experienced through the past 2 years, of like how it actually impacts us and how it actually forces us into digitizing our operation and our company and our organization and how we actually work. Right? So 2 years before, if you say you want to pay somebody to actually check the light bulbs every single day, and then expect it to do that, continuously. And so what happened if he doesn't actually show up, right? So it did happen. He didn't show up because of COVID, right? So there must be a better way of actually doing this. And when COVID actually changed a lot, changed our life a lot, on how we do things. Generally, we will not expect that we are all wearing masks today. Every single place or premises that we entered, we always greeted with hand sanitizer, a plexiglass, and perhaps even building code needs to change, because we need to usher traffic to make sure that they, all the traffic enter on one entrance and exit to another entrance. Right? So it changes that. But that's just on a physical plane. Right? So we have to actually look into what happened, to our business operation, right? We have to move our digitization is actually a way that we should digitize our environment, right? So that we move from a physical plane to a digital plane, right? So where it is more resilience, where it is more easier to actually mold, right, for future outcome, right? So why is the reason a lot of companies actually do the change? It's, well, first of all, survivability, right? What we're talking about survivability is, like I said, resiliency, continuity, right? And you got to actually continue to actually evolve and innovate, so to remain relevant to your customer. So this is a statistic actually made by McKinsey and company that, a lot of COO or leaders of the industry actually concur that, COVID-19, will actually change the way that we work permanently. And it is right? They are right? So to fully appreciate what the message I'm actually bringing, I have to bring you back into memory lane, right? To appreciate what we experience, what we've done, right? And where are we today, right? Generally pre-COVID-19, most of our business are still over the counter, right? It's still predominantly physical interaction are actually needed, right? And all forms of approval require signatory and a manual form. Okay. We require face-to-face verification. So any bank account need to be go on over the counter. Any telecommunication devices or purchasing needs to actually be verified over face-to-face verification. Also cash payment, although we have online payment, but it's like somehow cash payment is still a dominant or preferred. And online shopping, this is pretty much very unique to Brunei itself, is people shop online and collect offline. So hence the collection point, right? But when COVID hit, just to curb the infection, we actually introduced a lot of strategy in place. So we have social distancing, we have travel restriction, which actually stop foreigners from actually coming in. In fact, foreigners are actually going out, laborers are actually going, skilled laborers are also going out, right? And then we introduces mandatory quarantine, right? That lead to several aspects, of our life being changed, that It impacted the government services. Tourism obviously actually impacted, very largely. A lot of business actually went out of business, right, because of staffing issues, right, and the supply chain. Remember the shortage of lamb, beef, chicken, and so on and so forth. But it's not actually all grim. We introduces a lot of stuff, that in response to COVID-19, with the way that we change how we actually work. So for instance, for the first time, we get to live our dream, working from home. How many people actually enjoyed working from home? Be honest. Well, actually, not a lot of you guys actually raise your hand. And which is, I think, in a way, that sentiment is true. After 2 weeks, it feels like a dream. But, a month later, it feels like you're being trapped in your own home. What we did not realize is, when we actually leave the office, we didn't leave the office came home with us. When we go to bed at night, we didn't sleep in our bed, we sleep in our office. So, joke aside, working from home actually changed a lot on how we run our meetings, how we converse, how we record, how we actually work together. It actually expands on how we collaborate with each other over the world. For the very first time, that I've seen training conducted online, with over 100 people. And that is great, that it actually introduced an immense possibility that we never thought could happen, right? So moving on, also we have digital signature because we are trying to cater people to work actually remotely. So, instead of coming to the office and sign, it needs to be electronic, right? So we need to generally sign electronically, on our paper. So we digitize our form and stuff like that. But, one of the most prominent player, I think, in digitizing Brunei is actually, BruHealth, right? BruHealth forces the entire, well, not forces, but encourages the entire industry or the population of Brunei to actually go online. Now, all of a sudden, a lot of Bruneians actually that do not have online presence now have online presence. Hence, also, they eventually got their own email, they actually go on to online shopping and stuff like that, right? Then that also, we see rises of last mile delivery service, foodie apps, so you can actually order your food online. And this only happened within, the COVID era, right? So in the first 2019 and 2022. And then we still have more foodie app actually coming up. Eventually, I see it actually evolve into something called, maybe more of a gig economy, more of a professional service, So, like for instance, a runner's app or errands app, because since they are already online, delivering service, so you might as well actually run errands. Right? Lastly, I want to actually brought up is the electronic know your customer. Right? It's not widely adopted, but it's a technology that it should be widely adopted because what we have over-the-counter verification, that forces people to come, to the premises or to your shop needs to be changed. Right? That is so old school. So, what it does, it actually verify your identity online with the help of facial recognition, your camera and your likeness. So that, in the business sense, reduces a lot of back office work on verification. Let me tell you about Imagine's digitization journey during the COVID stage. We are not spared. being the oldest telco in Brunei, we have the majority, of the broadband customer and enterprise customer. Right? So when COVID hit, a lot of the status quo actually got disrupted. People usually come to our office to actually make payment, do their or maintain their account. All of a sudden, that needs to change. Right? So, but we are able to actually adapt quickly. Okay? And then here are some of the things that actually we do. I'm not going to go through the entire list, but some of the best noted, I suppose, is that for the first time we actually digitize or digitize our partner channel. So we have third-party channel actually working for us to deliver our services. Right? So that actually expanded our reach tremendously. Right? For what does it do with our customer? Our customer generally have more places to go rather than just going to our branches. Right? We automate our onboarding process. Right? So you can actually sign up for broadband online, right? And also mobile online. We also integrated or partners with logistic company so that you get your SIM card, at your own home. They'll deliver to your house. Okay? Another thing is pretty much, I think, very specific to our industry, with the broadband industry, because we have aging customer. Normally, those customer, where they subscribe to our broadband, but they're not the user of the broadband, right? So they're not really tech savvy, so they don't actually know how to actually pay online. So when COVID comes, they have no avenue to actually do that. So what we did was we create an external channel called Care. So that Care is done specifically to cater for payment via proxy, right? So somebody could pay on behalf of the family member or even friends. So here are the statistics for basically what is the catalyst of change. The statistics for adaptation around the world, pre and post-COVID. For COVID, pre-COVID, you see the adaptation of digital channels. So you're talking about 1%, maybe 2%, and that's gradual adaptation. Gradual is the operative word, But when COVID came, you see a jump 10 to 30%, right, around the world. That also means that you got 10, 30% of people, right, that do not even have online presence are suddenly coming online. So we expanded the market a lot, right, for a lot of industry. So let's go into the meat of it. So a lot of companies are able to respond to the crisis is because that they already invested some technology that they can use in the past, pre-COVID, right? So when COVID came, they're able to actually react to those changes, right? Adapt to those changes, and then push it out. So that actually saved the company. But as a company that actually want to do digitization, they actually come in different stages, right? So there are primarily 3 stages. One is to digitize your current analog processes, which is your form, which is your, generally your form, So the form is the only interaction with you, with your customer. Right? From then, your form, when it's digitized, it started collecting data, right? So you go to the next stage of digitalization. Right? So that is when you actually automate your processes by collecting data, right? And actually do some onboarding or include into your mainstream or back office. Right? So finally, when you reach the stage of every single function of your company actually being digitalized, right? Then you start looking into, how you can do it better, right? How you can actually integrate with other systems so that, it it improve your operational efficiency. Here an example in a comparison between what we used to do and what we actually does today. After looking at all these lists, I'm actually say, hey, I am comparing, what we do in the 1980s and the 1990s, right? So it's actually too far apart. The theory is the same, right? So it's like, we no longer do meeting rooms, we now have Zoom and Teams, right? Memos and memos actually goes into email and SMSs, but I know SMSs is already a dying technology. In fact, I think email is actually in the downstream, right? Going downwards because we have collaboration tool now. Right? I mean, how else can you actually run your business, by collaborating with 200 or 300 people? Email is just simply can't do that. Okay. So when we talk about digital transformation, most people talk about it as a whole. No one actually understood what it is, right? So it's still theoretically, when you want to do any transformation, it's always people, system, and processes. Yeah? So first is process transformation. I'll give you an example of what it is. Right? So it's generally you're automating your processes. I just came from Singapore, right? And it's amazing that you can't get any menu. Right? Nobody actually, you don't see any waitress coming to your table and then give you a menu. Right? You don't see that anymore. What you do is, what they have is actually a QR code on the table where you have to scan it, and then you order it. A menu will pop out on your phone, and then you just order it from that. Right? And amazingly, the food will come. Right? And at no any point you actually see those kind of things. Well, those. So what they do is like they totally remove the person taking your order and messing it up. Right? That they leave that messing up responsibility to you. But that's what process transformation is. You basically cut down a lot of unused process and make it more efficient. So now you don't need to actually pay for the waiter anymore, right? Or at least don't need him to actually take down orders. Right? A business model transformation is generally, once you have everything digitized, it's what else you can do with your business. Right? It's more an example of an online bookstore. Right? Well, not online bookstore. It's actually a bookstore that actually have or decided to actually go online. Decided to actually go online. Then actually found out that, hey, online is actually more profitable. Right? Then they closed down their physical bookstore. Right? So that changed their business model. That actually changed, actually cut the cost, of running the business. It's more efficient, so they actually can lower down the price for books. Next, the domain transformation. If we talk about Google, right? Google started off as a search engine, right? Then eventually moved into cloud hosting, right? And then now they're in your phone. Now they're in your life, right? So those are actually, a different domain, of businesses that actually when digitalization can actually bring you. Finally is the cultural and organization transformation. Right? So this is all about people. It's about the way that we work, right? We no longer wanted to actually go back to meeting rooms. We no longer want to actually go back to the office, right? I know there's a lot of noise, out there, it's like, for instance, like Elon Musk wanted, everyone to actually come back to the office, and even a lot actually company. But the future is work from home, right? The future is providing avenue and facilitating, talents that are working from home. So what that digitization actually brings us, right? Seamless digital experience, right? So if you are not currently online, you should be online, right? So because it provides opportunity to expand your reach to your customer. Currently, all your customer is a new species where they always stare at their phone. Right? They do not actually want to actually go anywhere. They do not want to talk to anybody. Right? They rely on generally their behavior is ordering and do anything with the press of a button. Right? So if you're not on it, you're in the wrong. You're in the wrong era. Yeah. So once you digitize your channel, you start collecting data. So you start collecting data about your customer behavior, how they spend their money, when do they spend their money, what do they buy, Then when you have that data, you make very good decision, on what product to come up with next, right? What sort of promotion to actually come up with next, right? Then that eventually improve your pricing and improve your productivity, right? And finally, we come into the last part, which is personalized customer experience. That currently the best one that we can do is pretty much Amazon, right? On how they know that once you logged in, they know what sort of books you're actually looking for, right? So the machine learning, the AI, right? That actually comes to play. You cannot actually do that without first digitizing your environment and start collecting sensible data. Okay. Here are a snapshot of digitization opportunity. This is in the perspective of a retail store or any other retail business. You have BI, inventory and warehousing, your support bots, and generally your EPOS and stuff. Okay. Another reason on why you need to actually digitize your businesses is, I think a lot of people here would recognize this. This is Brunei Digital Economy Master Plan 2025, right? So a lot of this government are actually, pushing out digitalized system, right, in Brunei to boost the economy, right? With this, right, it actually bring out immense opportunity, right, for the private government sector. Okay. What we're looking at, what I actually foresee is that because of all these services that are actually coming out from the government, right, we would see the aggregation of service. Oh, sorry for the mess up there. Right. So we will see service aggregation, right? So what it actually means is that we will have government and public sector continuously coming out with services that is actually pushed out by a service aggregator. I think Singapore also have something like this. I think it's a Singapore Service Hub, right? They also have a X-Trade Hub, something like that, in collaboration with Asia Pacific. So this would have certain outcome. All the services are not exclusively aggregated by one person. It will be aggregated by the industry, right? Generally, you have any businesses who want to actually bring in, like, let's say, tax collection or perhaps renewal of license, right, would actually come out, and say that we will provide a channel for our customer to actually have access to these services. Then obviously businesses will integrate to government and private sector, So for instance, when you want to actually buy a car, obviously you want to go for a loan, right? They need to do credit check with AMBD, right? And you need to have access to financial services, insurance, and all this can be done on the fly, right? With all these services, right? And finally, it's like, because there are so many innovation that needs to be driven, this would actually drive our talent pool as well. Why do you need to do programming? Why do you need to learn, to be a highly skilled individual? Okay. With this, I would like to actually bring you to an era of Industry 4.0. I'm not going to spend more time on it because I was given the time. Right? So this is more about automating smart factory, right? So in terms of why we need to worry about, because things are actually getting really cheap, right? And all these components that you have now at this moment, was not available 10 years or 20 years ago, right? So because of all this, right, so it allowed us to build a smart factory. Imagine a bakery that knows that what your sales channel need, what sort of bread it need, and automatically actually create or start to bake those bread, right? And then notify all this distribution channel, to actually distribute the bread, right? With all of this without you actually telling it what to do. Yeah. And cost will be low, right? Because the factory is not producing for one people, it's producing for the masses. Yeah. So just to emphasize, on how today is the right time to actually go into Industry 4.0, is because of this, right? All this technology you see here, is actually quite old. They actually encompass what is the IR 4.0. Okay. A bit of audience participation. What I want you to do is you have your smartphone. I would like to invite you to actually hold up your smartphone like this. Hold up your smartphone. Everyone, please. This is me taking a selfie. Thank you. So what you have in your hand, right, is a computer that is more powerful than the one that actually launched the rocket to the moon. Okay? What you have today is what you see on the screen. All this technology that was not available, back in the days, or too expensive for one person to own, are all on your hand, in your brick, in what you have in your palm of your hand. So, this is generally my last slide, but I would like to propose to you, or I'll leave you with this. Yeah? So we unknowingly actually evolve into a species that require, us to actually, yeah. So they require us to, we are, sorry. So we all, the species of, that require staring into our phone. So we work our life, we actually monitor, and we rely on our phone so much. So generally, your market is in the phone, right? So with that, you must actually channel your product, your services online, so because your customers are actually online, right? So if you're interested, right, to actually digitize your environment or your organization, please visit our booth, outside. Imagine. Thank you. Wow. Well, there was, what was it? Let me read it out loud. It's getting boring with all the ISP service offering. It is the same for decades. We lack innovation still. When will we be expecting something different? Well, you will be expecting something different because 5G will come, right? you will be looking into a lot of IoT technology, predominantly a lot for enterprise, right? Not so much for consumer, right? So 5G introduces a lot of use cases, for us, right? But, it will, because of all these use cases, new innovation will come. Yeah. So you have seen it on Dr. Stefan's slide, where you have drones, right? Remote piloting drones for survey and all that, So those actually have a lot of use case for us. Okay, quite a specific question. When will customer be able to actually upgrade their mobile plans online? Should be soon. Would you consider digital transformation the holy grail of all business? Currently, I think it should be. Yeah. If you are not a technology company today, well, if you're selling books, if you're selling, whatever you're selling, or nasi katok, you should be a technology company today. Bring your product, bring your services online, to remain relevant. What has Emission done so far in its transformation? Well, I already shared that slide already so far. Come on, guys. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hang. Next up, kindly inviting Yang Mulia Adi Iskandar bin Haji Basri, Chief Commercial and Digital Officer at Progressive Sendirian Berhad, to share on the topic, Stop Ideating, Start Progressing. The floor is yours, Mr. Adi.
Hello. Okay, Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. Before I present, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our organizers for giving me this opportunity to present. Where's the clicker? Okay. Is the big fat button in the middle? Okay. All right. Stop ideating, start progressing. That's the topic that I chose today. Quite a bold statement. Thank you. I thought you wanted to take a selfie. Right? Stop ideating, start progressing. Quite a bold statement. Now, nod if you think that we need to stop ideating. Or nod if you disagree with the statement. All right, I see about 50, 60, 40% in the room, right? So stop ideating. Crazy guy, this guy, right? We need ideas. In the past questions I saw earlier, when are we going to start innovating? When are we going to start transforming? Those require ideas, do they not? But this is actually a figure of speech. Ideas are a dime a dozen. Every day, great ideas are born. But it's not the ideas that actually make the transformation. Any guesses? It's the execution part of it. Great ideas are born every single minute. If you can just take one of that thought, that one idea, and just focus on it, start executing it, I can almost guarantee you put your dedication into it, that single idea can be transformational. If not for the country, if not for your family, at least for yourself. Hence, start progressing. Give me a second, yeah? So, If there is no execution, there is no progress. Basically, that is the whole premise of my presentation today. Okay? You have an idea. The next step is to start. If you don't start, there is no progress. So that is the whole premise, okay? So it's probably worth jotting this down, okay, and put it in front of your computer or make it a wallpaper because the design is pretty nice. Progressive colors. Okay? Now, but really what I'm here today is to talk about this. Progressive is a partner to support your progress. So what does that actually mean? It means that just because people think that we're a telco company, that all that we can do is just sell telecommunication devices or services. Yes? Right? We're actually more than that. What we have tried to do is address some of the questions that you have posed early on. All right? All the ISPs are all the same. What can we do differently? So I hope with my presentation today, it will give you some sort of insight. It will give you some sort of steer or direction into what can be done. A question was asked about 5G. What is that killer application? From a Salesforce perspective, let me introduce to you. Now, my goal today is to help two types of people. Number one are the business kind of people, entrepreneurs. Can I get a raise of hand of who are the business people in the room? Quite a few. It doesn't matter if you're home-based. It doesn't matter if you've got a physical store. I'm talking to you. And the second group of people are the content creators. Now, today is the start of the Brunei Content Festival. So I see a number of content creators in the room. But you know, really, all of us are content creators. When was the last time anybody took a selfie? Just now. So what does that mean? That means that we have the ability to create content. Just because we don't post it on YouTube, it doesn't mean that you're not a content creator. All right? You share it on IG, you share it on TikTok. You are a content creator. You're just at level, maybe just below level 1. Okay? I mean, you've got a whole journey that you have to go through. But you can get there if you want to, because you have the tools to do it. So for the first goal is this. For entrepreneurs, for business people, I'm going to share with you one very specific strategy of how to get traffic to your hero product. Now, for the people who raised your hand just now, is this something that you're interested in? For those people who you want to start a business or a company, and you want to build a product, this might be something that you would want to pay attention to. Earlier this year, in February, we launched the new Progressive app. It's a baby of mine. We call it the Care Plus. The all-new Care Plus. Progressive cares about you. So people expect an app from a telco. What can you do with it? You can link your postpaid, your prepaid, your broadband, all from a single screen. We can do that. Now, for some of you progressive veterans, you should remember how it was with the old app. But that we're talking about Industry 3.0 era. But now, with the new revolution, with Care Plus, you're able to do just that. Manage your phone lines from one screen. You can easily add top-ups, multiple lines. You can add a new account, you can view your bills, you can pay your bills, you can get loyalty points, all that. Isn't that awesome? But you know what? That's not what I'm here to talk to you about today. As awesome as it is, that is not really my point. If any of you are progressive users here or not yet, I'm going to point to one specific tab. Let me see if I can use the pointer correctly. Oh, it doesn't reflect. It's this tab right here. You know what that does? That's the Lifestyle tab. Do you know what the Lifestyle tab is? I'm going to show you. We call it the Grab It or Gift It. It's a tab in the Care Plus app that what you see here, what do you see there? You see Coffeela, you see Sean Box, you see Chocolate Origin, you see Helmi Abdullah Fitness. These are entrepreneurs around Brunei, and this is what we are building. We engage with businesses. We're trying to build an ecosystem for entrepreneurs. We know the whole world, we're suffering from a thing they call the Great Resignation. You guys heard of it? It's called the Great Exit. What does it mean? It means that people voluntarily resign from their jobs to start their businesses. And this is more prevalent, more into the West, globally, but it really is affecting Brunei as well. Why? Because I know some personal friends of mine, they chose businesses over their stable jobs. And this is the kind of industry, this is the kind of community that Progressive supports. So what do you see here? You see here a number of merchants on our app, right? And you see on the left-hand side, when you tap, let's say, coffee, it opens up another screen. It brings you to another screen where you can buy the coffee vouchers. And then right at the bottom, buy for myself or buy as a gift. Now, I'm feeling very generous today, and I would like to demo this to one of you. For the first person who put your hand up, coffee is on me. In 3, 2, 1. Wow, the lady over there, congratulations. I'm going to come to you later. I'm going to buy you a coffee. Congratulations. So this is really how we're getting traffic to your hero product. This is what Progressive does. We are not just a telecommunications company. We don't just sell SIM cards. We don't just sell services. We don't just sell broadband. We sell you a lifestyle. We enable your lifestyle. In this case, businesses lah, merchants lah, huh? Right? But this is a stepping stone. This is a step in the right direction for us. This is progress. My first point, we are the first sales code to introduce carrier billing in Brunei. Now, probably this is not a very familiar term, especially those not in the telco industry, but essentially what this means is that now, for the first time ever, you can use, hang on, let me just get a quickly show of hands here in the room. How many of you are prepaid users? Okay. How many of you guys are postpaid users that you pay your bills at the end of the month? Wow, a lot more postpaid users. You know what this does? I want to share with you a little bit. If for the people who raised their hand who are prepaid users early on, you know you top up your credit, kan? You top up your credit, the validity how long? 9 days lah, 7 days lah, right? Sometimes you buy the bigger top up, the validity is longer. And then the value just accumulates, doesn't it? And then what do? You're always connected to the Wi-Fi. You hardly use your top-up. But now for the first time ever, you can use your prepaid credit to make purchases through the Care Plus. How awesome is that? My first line I remember having when I started college was a prepaid line. Everybody knows what it is. There was only one. Okay. I accumulated more than hundreds and hundreds of dollars because every single week I had to top up $40. Why? Well, and just for communication purposes. But I racked up a lot of top-up credit balance. But now, back then, I wished, looking at my balance, I keyed in the USSD code and I see, whoa, hundreds of dollars left in my credit balance. If only I can use this to buy water. Few decades later, today, this year, 2022 February, Progressive launched Care Plus, and together we bring you this feature. Now, you don't just can buy water. You can buy coffee. You can buy gym membership. You can buy chocolate even. Now that's progress. For the postpaid users, who made up I think 80% of the room, when you buy coffee, for example, and you buy it for yourself, you buy it as a gift, that amount that you spend, no money, wallet tinggal, don't worry, it's posted to your bill at the end of the month. Buy your coffee now, pay later. That's the idea. Now that's progress. By partnering with us, I know there are a few businesses in the room, you can put your product in front of our Progressive subscribers. Why? Because everyone in Progressive uses this. We just launched, and we see the data just spiked up. You can buy it for yourself, or you can buy it as a gift. Now, for the lady later, I'm going to buy you as a gift, all right? And then probably you can show around with your colleagues on the table, around the table, and you can probably show them how it's on your end, yeah? And you know what? We're only getting started. It's only a few months old. Visualize the possibilities. So for the second strategy is that mainly for businesses, you really need two things, don't you? You need traffic and you need conversions. So I've shared with you a traffic strategy. And number two, this is mainly for the content creators. I think with the likes of Joey just now, who took a selfie, with the whole room. Once he reached to a level where he's comfortable enough to constantly produce content, this is how, for us Bruneians, we're able to, I'm going to share with you a strategy how you can monetize your video content without using Google AdSense. How many of you guys are familiar with YouTube? Show of hands. How many of you guys are familiar with AdSense on YouTube? Double the hands. All right. How many of you are making money from AdSense from YouTube? Wow, okay, two guys in the room. I'm going to have to speak with you guys later. Now, do you guys know that we've got a lot of influencers in Brunei. We've got a couple of YouTubers as well in Brunei. What they're trying to achieve, generally speaking, is I want to show my skills. And eventually, my skills from content creation, I want to monetize. But you see that journey, kan? Make video content, upload. Make another one, upload. You rack up the views so that you're hoping that people see the quality of your content, and then eventually you can sell your service, right? Long process. I'm going to share with you a strategy here where you can cut it short. But first, what's so difficult? What's the hurdle with Google AdSense? Google AdSense is very good. YouTube, international subscribers, international views, right? People from America, people from Africa, people from anywhere in the globe has access to YouTube, and they can watch your video. But for you to monetize and make money from Google AdSense, these are the minimum requirements. You need 1,000 subscribers, at least, to your channel. You need at least 4,000 watch hours. And for ad buying in Brunei, it's pretty limited. Because how Google AdSense works is that you have to choose your target market accurately, right? So that the right segment sees your ad, right? Because a lot of the bigger companies, they would typically target the higher dense population countries. So it's quite limited for now, at least in Brunei, okay? With that opportunity and that struggle, let me introduce you Progressive Media. Progressive Media started off as a radio app a few years ago. It started as an online streaming app, but now it has evolved. Now, it hosts content such as podcasts. We call it the home of the Bruneian content. You want to satisfy your Bruneian content cravings? Progressive Media is the home for this kind of content. So these are just some examples of what we have produced from Progressive Media. From radio to podcasts to series to movies. Now that's progressive. Late last year, less than a year ago, about September 2021, during the height of COVID, we relaunched media with a new platform. So now with Progressive Media, you can enjoy watching media across all your favorite devices. Laptop, desktop, tablet, phones, accessible all around. But now, coming back to my topic, monetizing video content, how do we do that? But how do you compete with YouTube? YouTube, global audience, right? Media, Brunei saja. Ya kan? I'm proud to announce the statistics with you. Progressive Media has penetrated to 27 countries globally. So after Brunei, well, my eyes a bit blurry, but after Brunei, the biggest penetration is Malaysia, followed by Great Britain, followed by Singapore, followed by the States. Now that's progress. That's right. Now, some of you might be saying that, I tried media lah, but it doesn't work. Yeah, that's why we improved it, we fixed it. Last year we relaunched it. Now, the focus is all about bringing you content. Now, the focus is no longer on the technical side of things. All that resolved. All that we're bringing now is content to you. And back to my topic, how do you monetize? Now, this is where I'm addressing to you content creators, right? How do you monetize? This slide I show you. Now, here I'm sharing with you a two-step monetization strategy. All of you have got social media. Most content creators have it. You start with YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all that TikTok. You upload teasers, but you upload your most quality content onto media. But how do you make money from it, you ask? With Progressive Media, it works on a point-based system. Every 10 minutes that you watch, or anybody watch, 1 point. Yeah? Here's an example. Let's say, just now for AdSense, your channel needs to have 1,000 subscribers. But here in this case, the subscriber, 1,000 in this example, means all of Progressive Media subscriber, not just to your channel, okay? So let's say 1,000 subscribers, let's say earn points 100, but the total watch points overall in the Progressive Media platform is 500. How does that compute for content creators? Now, for content creators, a lot of us in Brunei especially, we do it as a second hobby, right? It's like a hobby that we pick up. It's pretty cool. I buy the equipment, I buy the gadgets, I start recording, and then the interest develops and you want to pursue that passion further, right? So it's more of a second thing. So this is the formula. When you've got 1,000 subs, you times it by 100 points, and you divide it by a 500 watch. That is the formula. And the revenue that you get from just people watching and uploading your content, easily 200 passive income. Okay? So that's the two-step monetization strategy. Now that's progress. Now it's not an NYCE event if there is no NYCE special offers from Progressive, isn't it? Now I shared with you two different kind of strategy. Number one was Care Plus. Getting traffic, getting your product on our platform and in front of the eyeballs of all the Progressive subscribers. And number two was Progressive Media. This is our NYCE special offer. For Care Plus, we are now opening slots for merchants and businesses to be listed on Care Plus. We're still beta testing this. So now we are opening slots. You can get a badge on your product that says Care Plus exclusive deal. From Progressive, you will get the support of a marketing push. SMS, in-app, IG shout-out, the likes. 0% transaction fee, free setup, and free integration cost. What's the total value? $9,999. Essentially, it's priceless. But the NYCE special offer is, it's free for the first 5 merchants. All you have to do, because, all right, so what you have to do for the first 5 merchants, who's the first in first come, first serve, email that, okay, careapp@progressive.com with the subject that says, yes, NYCE-care. Share that. If you have a business, do email us. If not, share it with your friends and family. Care Plus. What about media? With media, now for some of you, it's not really something that you've tried before. Now, for media, the NYCE special offer is, the total value for quarterly subscription is $14.99. But you would probably want to give it a try. And the special offer for NYCE is 50% off for the first 10 subscriber. Now, some of you may be asking, but I'm not a Progressive user. Can I subscribe to Care Plus or not? To Progressive Media or not? The answer is yes. Progressive Media is open to anybody. You saw people from Africa and in America, they don't have Progressive SIM, right? Anybody can subscribe to Progressive Media. Email to media@progressive.com with the subject, yes, NYCE-media. But on top of that, and I'm not done yet, number 2, Progressive Media comes with a streaming radio ad, a streaming radio service. So there's a promotion that I'm sharing with you today, for NYCE specials only, a radio ad slot. Total value is $250, but the special offer for NYCE, if you run a business, do reach out to us, only $150 for the first 10 customers, plus a free quarterly media subscription. So email to media@progressive.com with the subject, yes, NYCE-radio. Now, for those of you who have businesses, this is something that probably you want to take a screenshot of. For those of you at home, in the office watching, take a screenshot right now. Share it with your friends and family. Subject to terms and conditions, and promo is valid until 11th of June, 2022. With that said, thank you very much. That's progress. How will Progressive manage payments to entrepreneurs on the app? Is there a chance of customers not paying the bills? I mentioned, you saw the beta flag just now, okay? So what we're trying to do and achieve right now is payment to entrepreneurs is a pre-purchase arrangement deal that we have. That is why it's very limited. So I want you to reach out to our team, and they will explain to you the process of how it works today, okay? Is there a chance of customers not paying the bills? Well, yes. Is there a chance of people not paying the bank loan? Yes. People not paying the car bills? Yes. Right? It is. 10 minutes is too long for video content. Can reduce. This is something that we have actually seen according to our data. So if you compare to AdSense just now, you need a cumulative of 4,000 hours. This is just 10 minutes. You compare that, right? So it's a lot more achievable. Does Progressive have a deal with Netflix, Hulu, HBO Max, or the media only limited to local produced content? It would be the latter. So what we are trying to do here, arts and culture is one of Progressive's core value. And this is what we are promoting, especially in Brunei. Okay, great. I guess my time is up. Thank you everyone for your attention and for your questions as well. If you'd like to know more, I'll still be around. Please visit our Progressive booth after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adi, once again for the insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite our guests to take a quick refreshment at the back of this hall and return back to your seats as we will resume the conference at 10:35 a.m. You are also welcome to take your food to the table while listening to our next speaker at any time. Thank you. Mic check 1, 2.
login that they were using. Yeah, that will replace the so that's under the yeah, the one that yesterday. So that is that's your product. Well, I operate it. Oh yeah.
To proceed to our next session. Again, we would like to remind the audience that you are able to participate in the conference by asking questions using Slido by scanning the QR code projected on the screen. The next topic for the Digital Technology Towards a Transformed New Norm Conference is ICT Digital Transformation Light Up the Future. And for that, we would like to invite Yang Mulia, Mr. Toh Yong Rong, Public Service Solution Director at Huawei International. The floor is yours, Mrs. Toh.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yong Rong, the Solution Director from Huawei International. Thank you for having me here, and I'd like to thank you for your time as well. From the event, I can strongly feel that a digital transformation is coming into Brunei already. And we are inspired after chatting with all the agencies that they have already very clear policies drafted out for digitalization and low carbonization. As Ken Hu, our rotating CEO, has mentioned, Brunei and Asia Pacific is a strategic market. Over the past 20 years, we would like to express our thanks for the support and trust of customers and partners. We are proud to be part of the region digital transformation. Under the mission in Asia Pacific for Asia Pacific, Huawei is committed to be a key contributor in this economy. Next, I will introduce how to use innovation to build a green digital energy together. The digital economy has become a major engine for the global economy, and green and low carbon technology will be the sustainable force for the future. According to ASEAN Developmental Bank and Southeast Asia Digital Economy Report, by year 2030, ASEAN will become the 4th largest economy in the world. And this region digital economy market will amount up to $1 trillion. As a global company rooted in local market, Huawei will support the ICT and digital transformation policies in their country. We aim to become a key contributor to the digital economy for Brunei. We have to recognize the fact that ICT infrastructure is the cornerstone of digital economy. The vitality of digital economy will revolve around connection density, computing diversity, and carbon reduction. In GIS, building an ecosystem which should give the society a denser and longer reach with more intelligence and computing power. However, at the same time, lower the carbon emission will become the criteria of success for the new economy. As a trusted ICT partner, Huawei hopes to help Asia Pacific to build a leading and green infrastructure. This includes 5G, broadband, and data centers. So far, we have provided connectivity for more than 90 million households and connecting more than 1 billion mobile users together in Asia Pacific. Based on our advanced technology and best services, we are the largest ICT solution provider in the region. According to Gartner report, Huawei IaaS market share, infrastructure as a service share, ranks number 2 in China, number 4 in Thailand, number 3 in Thailand, and number 4 in the APAC market. Connectivity using 5G and F5G will become the new norm. Let it be from the consumer market, providing consumer a high-speed, reliable connection, connecting and giving them the best experience from the digital world to the physical world, or be it from the office environment, our home environment, in the comfort of our home and office, providing an efficient, secure, smart, and warm environment for people to stay and work in will be the new lifestyle people of this generation is striving towards. And this can be especially experienced in this COVID-19 pandemic situation. While Asia Pacific moves towards carbon neutrality, Huawei will integrate digital and power electronic technologies and enable energy transformation in Brunei. In Singapore, Huawei have collaborated with Sunseap Group to produce one of the world's largest offshore floating PV projects, and they are expected to produce more than 6 million kilowatt-hours per year, and we have successfully reduced 4,200 tons of carbon emission in Singapore. So, after speaking so much, what can be expected from a digital industry? From experience in China, the implementation of 5G has helped to accelerate both efficiency and comfort for ports and coal mining industry. With 5G technology, we are able to bring staff from underground, fixed underground in the coal mining industry to the comfort of an air conditioner room, such that workers for the coal mining industry is able to work in the comfort of their office, in a safe environment, and it has reduced all the incident to 0 incident till date. And for Ningbo port, which is the 3rd world busiest port in the world, after the implementation of 5G technology, we have produced a higher productivity and a cost saving of $5.8 million annually. Similar greatness can be experienced in the digital B2B market. So with the digital transformation, total cost of ownership can be lowered, the work efficiency can be improved in a lot of crane operation activity, such as in smart railway, and we have managed to do a cost saving for the quality assurance industry. And the most important thing is we managed to address more addressable market from 15% to 45%. As mentioned, green ICT remains as one of the main focus of digital transformation. Reducing the carbon footprints to carbon handprint is one of the key functions that Huawei aims to achieve. By inserting intelligence into network and focusing on the building of green DC, carbon emission can be reduced by as much as 55% And Huawei aims to provide more bits with less watt for the industry and the sustainable ICT ecosystem. Not forgetting our partners, Huawei will build an open and healthy ecosystem with partners as well. In Asia Pacific, Huawei has established partnership with 7,900 enterprise partners, 2,000 cloud partners, and 200 universities. We will continue to invest over the next 5 years, $100 million for our SPART programs to enable ICT startup in Asia Pacific. Facing the future, Huawei will bring global R&D ability to the local market and innovates based on customers' needs. For example, we built an open lab in Singapore, a 5G EIS in Thailand to expand our ICT capability to the industry. Finally, I would like to re-emphasize our commitment to build an inclusive Brunei market. As digitalization speeds up, we will face a strong demand of digital talent. According to Con report, we will be facing a strong demand of a gap of 47 million gap of digital talent by year 2030. At the same time, Brunei is full of young energy and potential, which is why we started our Seeds for the Future program since 2015 in Brunei, and it has benefited more than 100 students. We will continue our investment over here to ensure that all Bruneians will be able to catch up with this digital economy. Leaving no one behind, we have also brought broadband coverage to more than 14,000 villages in Thailand and trained more than 240,000 female residents in Bangladesh through the Digital Train Bus program. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your long-term support and trust for Huawei. Coming together is a beginning. Working together is a success. In the past 20 years, we are honored to be in the region's fast digitalization journey. As always, Huawei is confident and determined to work with customers and partners, becoming a key contributor to the Brunei market, Brunei digital economy. Innovating non-stop, let's build a green digital life together. Thank you, and hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Is there any question?
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite questions from the floor, if any. Thank you.
No worries. I shall not disturb your meal time. I mean, if there's a question, I'll be on the ground. Do catch me around. Okay, the first question, we have a suite of programs through our Sparks program to actually train out all the local talents. So people who register for our program will enjoy all the training courses that Huawei actually given out to the students, to the locals as well. And like what I mentioned, Seeds for the Future has been here in Brunei since 2015. And we are training up a lot of students, and we will continue to progress in this market in Brunei as well. So for the second question on how Huawei is collaborating with the local government to spearhead adoption of 5G. So our EBG, Enterprise Business Group, has been set up, and we are working closely with the government as well to see how 5G can be brought about into this Brunei industry, and then how we can help to actually do digitalization for the industry to ensure that we can reach out to the consumer with longer and denser reach. And also to bring a lot of low carbon emission, like what we have achieved in China and the rest of the globe as well. How is Huawei collaborating with the what is Huawei that's covering the skill set towards 5G? So of course, other than the government sector that we are working with telcos as well. to ensure that the telco guys are actually trained with these skill sets to actually manage all the 5G equipments. I mean, 5G is not rocket science. Once we are actually familiar with how to manage a 4G network, a 5G network is an upgrade of the network definitely, and there's certain changes to the infrastructure, but the main concept of how the network will be run will still be pretty similar, although they are running in different frequency bands. But all the network equipments can still be consolidated and managed together as well. So not to worry about the skill sets, but it's really how the ConOps of Brunei can be achieved to actually reduce all this carbon emission and produce a longer and denser reach to the rest of the globe. How can you help achieving coverage in Brunei? 90% possible. Definitely it's possible. So in such case, we have to build a lot more base station to ensure that the connectivity actually reach 90% of the land. Currently, I think the telco is actually developing more base station as well. That's what I believe. What is the biggest hurdle Brunei had to cross in order to adopt Industry 4.0? So one of the biggest hurdles would be actually the operation needs. So in order to achieve this Industry 4.0, we have to have very clear concepts of what we want to achieve in 3 phases in the near future. That means a 3 to 4 years plan of what we want to do. What is the main operation that we want to achieve, and what is the end results. And thereafter, we have to start out this initial phase. And thereafter, in the middle of after 4 to 6 years to 7 years, we have to so-called evaluate the result of the first phase to see whether we are moving on the right path, because before we can move on to the last phase to fulfill the entire Industry 4.0. Any initiative for disabled people? For this question, I might have to take it offline because I'm not very sure if there's any initiative for disabled people. So don't mind if the one that asked this question, maybe you touch me when I'm down the stage. Huawei will give you a reply shortly thereafter. How can Huawei help to reduce? Okay, so right now, we have not done a case study with Brunei, and we are definitely keen to do so, be it the government sector or be it the oil industry sector as well. So there's a few ways of reducing carbon emission. Huawei is very experienced in our inverters and our so-called UPS storage and stuff. So just like what I mentioned in my presentation earlier, in Singapore, we actually built a huge floating PV, offshore floating PV, such that we can generate a lot of green energy to actually support the certain operations in Singapore. So we can take this as an example to see where we can place certain green energy, be it solar PV or we have to do a case study on it, what kind of green energy is suitable for this region, of course, and then and where can we get a very good sunlight for this good transmission. So thereafter, hopefully we can reduce all these carbon emission. But right now we have to see whether because oil mining industry is always the main business for Brunei. So via 5G and digital transformation, how can we reduce certain unnecessary carbon emission from this? And we have to go into the industry itself to do a very thorough checks on this. So I think my time is about to be up. So I will still be around this hall. Do catch me at the front desk table. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toh. Next up, we would like to invite Yang Mulia Mr. Amit Kapoor, Head of Digital Services Enterprise from Erickson Telecommunications, to present on capitalizing the 5G opportunity. The floor is yours, Mr. Kapoor.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Amit Kapoor, and I'm from Erickson. It's an honor for me to be here with all of you today and to share with you how we, as Erickson, are seeing 5G networks evolve around the world and how 5G is going to be changing our lives as we work, and as we play, as we socialize, and so on. With that, I'll take you through the agenda today. We're going to touch base something about what is 5G all about, what's the uptake in the market, why is 5G so different, why are we treating it so differently? Did we treat 4G so differently? Let's have a look. Everybody today is talking about, hey, what is the use case? Why do I need 5G? We'll touch base upon that as well. And last but not the least, I'll walk you through what is Erickson doing and Erickson's leadership in the 5G space. We've seen this slide before. The first session of the day, we spoke about the journey from the first G to the fifth G. Well, I got my first phone somewhere around the 2G time, and at that time, the phone was more of a status symbol, let's admit it. It was not at all a necessity. But today, can you imagine walking out of the house without your phone? Question mark, I doubt that. 3G became more popular with data services. We started using data in a more meaningful way, email, browsing, picture sharing, MMS, ringtones. I think 4G is when the high-speed bandwidth came in. It changed life. It brought in all these mobile apps that we see on our phones every day. And I'm sure most of our lives are revolving around these apps, whether it's shopping, food, meetings, whatever. And now it's time for 5G. 5G, in my opinion, is not just another G. It is not just another network, but it's a set of capabilities that will help us change the way we do things today and we will do in the future. Let's start with how is 5G evolving around the world. 5G is growing much faster than what we had all expected. As of April, we have roughly 213 live 5G networks around the world. Out of these 213, about 121 are from Erickson. We've deployed these in 54 countries across 5 continents. Another important statistic that we've seen from our experience is, what's the uptake like? So as you can see from the corner block there, over there, Korea in our region, which is one of the leaders in the 5G technology, today, roughly 68% of data traffic in the country is on 5G. Isn't that amazing? Today, we talk about, you have a 3G plan. a 3GB plan, 5 GB, 10 GB. But with 5G, example again from the Korea market, an average data usage per subscriber is not 5G, it's not 5 GB, not 10 GB, 27 GB average per subscriber per month. So that's the amount of data we're expected to see as we move forward. Indeed, 5G will change everything. People, things, cities, industries. I'm sure we will move away from liking our friends' photos on social media, giving comments on social media, to being immersed with them, maybe in the metaverse, having coffee with them virtually. I think the pandemic has accelerated all this. Things, we've spoken about Internet of Things. Yes, IoT is there today. A lot of use cases are running on IoT today. But just imagine, millions of sensors per square kilometer. What kind of use cases will become possible because of that? There was a talk about smart cities, and in fact, there's a session coming up on smart cities. Very, very interesting examples where carbon emission can be reduced, air conditioning, lighting in buildings can be more efficient. We're all heading towards the net zero. We have to reduce carbon emissions. I think climate change is one of the biggest and hottest topics being discussed worldwide. Industries, I think 5G is going to capitalize most in the enterprise segment. In fact, we're talking to a lot of industry players where they have started thinking, hey, how can 5G come to my benefit? What can I do differently? I'll share a small example with you. I'm sure many of us in the room would be driving the Mercedes-Benz car, or maybe it's a dream for some of us. Mercedes, a couple of years ago, set up their 56th factory in Germany. They call it Factory 56. Factory 56 is a 100% 5G connected factory. All the cars as they're manufactured on the assembly line are fully tracked, fully automated. The company can easily move the layout of machines manufacturing these cars because they're not wired anymore. You don't need thick cables running here and there just to connect the machines. Efficiency has gone up, precision has gone up. The whole ecosystem has actually improved. Well, quick background, what's going around in the world? Let's talk about why is 5G different, or what makes it different. Speed, we all know speed. Well, yes, 5G will be 10 to 100 times faster than 3G, 4G. More connections, maybe 1,000 times higher. The number of sensors or devices you can have per square kilometer is going to multiply huge. We speak about latency. I click on a web page or I click on an application, how quickly do I get a response? We're talking about 5 times or even more faster latency. Well, it's said that over a total cost of ownership and the kinds of new devices that are going to come, 5G is going to be more beneficial economically as well moving forward. Energy efficient for sure, sustainable, and connectivity of that magnitude that 5G can bring is going to completely change the kinds of use cases, not only for people, but industries as well. Uptake. How fast are people adopting 5G? Well, it is said, and analysis and statistics show us that 5G is going to hit the 1 billion subscriber mark 2 years faster than 4G. What does that mean? People are going to be adopting 5G and the lifestyle that comes with 5G at least 2 years before what they would have done with 4G. That's the kind of adoption rate that is very much visible, and we'll see a few examples. Let's take a moment to think about this. What is 5G? Just connectivity? Yes, but probably it's much more than connectivity. 5G is going to bring an ecosystem play to become possible. We will have many players in this field. Service providers, for sure, these are the guys and companies which are going to bring connectivity to your market to enable lots of use cases. Many, many ideas are expected to come. New startups are going to be formed which are going to leverage this kind of connectivity to do their business. We spoke about industry players. We spoke about the Mercedes-Benz example. I can name many, many more such examples where industries are seriously leveraging 5G to improve their automation, to improve their efficiency, their manufacturing precision. It's really happening today. Well, industrial organizations are going to be important, right from standardization to sharing best practices around the world. The international community is going to be definitely playing an important role out there. Thank you. Let's go on. Government and regulators play a super important role when it comes to promoting 5G. It's on to them to help the industry really promote the framework, the policy, and what all becomes possible to deploy in the country. And last but not the least, the academia. It's the schools, it's the universities that are going to be training our young minds to be able to leverage and really take this technology that's coming our way to the really next level, to really innovative use cases. I'll take an example to explain this a little further. Let's say there is a product, a car. I think most of us have a car here. A lot of car manufacturing companies are investing in making it a smart car. So they're adding some intelligence in some of the functions and capabilities in a car. Soon, this car will become a connected car. That's the step number 3 on the slide, where it's quite possible that a lot of KPIs or key performance indicators from this car are being collected by the Toyotas, the BMWs, the Mercedes-Benzes of the world. They're analyzing the data and probably pushing software updates into the car over the air. That's where connected car becomes possible. This will then lead us to this product system where a lot of navigation companies, infotainment companies are going to become a part of this connected car ecosystem. Just think about it. You go to renew your insurance and the insurance company says, hey, I'm going to charge you X dollars, which is different from last year because I know how you drive, I know the efficiency of your car, I know the fuel efficiency, I know number of accidents, and so on. It's going to change, I tell you. A lot of business models are going to be changing due to such technology in place. Well, the connected car will then take us to another system, let's say the system of systems. It's not only the car that is connected, the traffic signals, the logistics signals, all these systems are going to be interrelated because there's dependency. That's how the world is going to evolve, and it's going to happen faster than what we think. Well, common question, what is the use case? What will happen? Why do I need 5G? Do I really need 5G? I think my phone is good enough. I can watch Netflix on my phone. What else can I watch? That's a very good question that all of us are asking. So let's spend a few minutes on that. Let's talk about categories of use cases to begin with. I think enhanced mobile broadband, or EMBB for short, as we call it in the telecom world, this will definitely be one of the early drivers. Most of us are going to have cloud gaming, AR, VR kind of gaming, and yes, you need an enhanced broadband over the air. You want to have fiber-like capabilities, but over the air on a mobile network. The next use case or category is going to be fixed wireless access, FWA. Yes, in fact, most of us have fiber coming to our house, but many a times there are areas where you cannot take fiber. Or even if you have fiber coming to your house, you want to create packages and bundles which blend in the mobile and the fiber together to give you combo packs or converged packs. FWA, fixed wireless access, will help take fiber-like bandwidths to areas where it's maybe not economical to lay fiber, very expensive. Massive IoT, definitely number of sensors being used in life around us, in our surrounding, is going to increase. That's going to create an ecosystem of new stuff that's going to come up. Critical IoT is more about automation, factory automation, robotics. Yes, we've seen some drone examples. It is indeed the way to go. We're going to see a lot more automation come up. Well, now that we have a feeling on the types of use cases, what are these use cases going to be? They're actually going to be for both consumers and the enterprise. We are going to be more immersed with AR, VR kind of use cases. We're going to see a lot more automation in factories. I think another important thing when it comes to monetization is what role does your service provider want to take? Does he just want to be a network developer or somebody who's just going to give you connectivity? So let's say most of us see this today, you know. I get a $50 bill from my operator. Yeah, connectivity, $50 paid. I pay separately $20 to Netflix, separately some money to some other content provider. But am I just going to do network connectivity, or do I want a bigger piece of cake in the ecosystem? Maybe I, as an operator, want to be tying up with content providers, AR, VR providers, and give that single bill to the customer and manage all the settlement behind. Or I want to become something called a service creator, where I take a bigger role. And I say, hey, you know, let me tie up with a gaming platform company. Let me attract local talent to develop their own games, run them on my platform. But towards the end customer, it's again the single bill. And I take care of all the onboarding of individual game application developers. I take care of all the back end, but the customer sees only one face, which is me, as a service provider. So all that is going to happen, and the role that they play is going to decide the revenue potential. I think it's a given 5G will not change life overnight. It's going to be a journey. 3 examples we have on the screen. Today, we see screens everywhere. I'm sure all of us have 3, 4, 5 devices. Well, I do. These devices or these screens are going to give us even more enhanced digital services. And towards the end, when 5G is more mature, we will be immersed in the experience. As we discussed earlier, liking a friend's photo who went on a holiday to actually being there virtually, probably through the metaverse. It's going to happen. Today, we are playing a lot of mobile games, mobile videos, and so on. This is going to evolve to cloud augmented reality, virtual reality, and extended reality thereafter. It's going to be a journey. Today, you see a lot of streaming, a lot of live streaming also in YouTube and so on. You are going to be taking this entertainment everywhere. And once 5G is more mature, you will see holographic. Maybe your best singer or your favorite singer is in front of you performing, but as a hologram. Yes, it's going to happen soon. Not tomorrow, not overnight. 5G is going to come and benefit a variety of use cases. In fact, here are only a few examples just to share with you, just to give you a feeling of what is going to be possible. I'm not going to go into each one of them, but I think we're all familiar. I would like to share only two specific examples with you. One is from the healthcare industry. This is an example which is running in Italy. It's running on the Vodafone 5G network today. And what the guys have done over here is they call it the connected ambulance. So, you know, if a patient is unwell and he's being transported from his house to the hospital, once he reaches there today, in today's scenario, they do a number of tests, ECG, and I don't know what all tests they do, and they lose a lot of precious time. What if all those tests could be done in the ambulance while this patient is being transported from his house? Don't you think it will save a lot of time? Don't you think the doctors will be much more prepared to receive this patient and, you know, solve the problem much faster, much efficiently? This is what is happening in Italy today. They have not waited for nationwide rollouts of 5G, but they've started with the first example where a city area is well connected, the ambulances are well connected, patient diagnostics happen en route to the hospital. Maybe the paramedic can wear an AR/VR glass and do some short procedure while on the way to the hospital. Let's save lives. And my second example here is a reflection from yesterday. If you remember some of the folks that were here yesterday, there was a panel discussion and a question was asked, how can 5G be used in the construction industry? Here is another real example which is running today. This is coming from Australia, from the Telstra network. Telstra tied up with a construction company. In this example, it's called Taylor Constructions. These guys are using 5G for 4 areas. The first one, holographic building visualization. What does that mean? Well, it means I'm having a building coming up. I have 1 million drawings. But how can I visualize how the building will look like? I can wear my AR/VR glasses and visualize. I can render the image to see how the building will look like once it's there. Well, many a times, you know, life is not always static. You want to change the design a little bit, and you want to have a look, hey, if I change this design, if I change the pillar here, I move the window or the door out, how is it going to look like? How will it affect sunlight, the lighting of the building? You do that by visualizing it through AR/VR. Another thing these guys have done is they call it wide area safety screening. Now, safety is very important, let's admit it. When you're on a construction site, everybody's supposed to wear a hard hat, a helmet. Every helmet has a QR code. When a worker is walking on the construction site, there are cameras all over, and they check, they're scanning the QR code, and they say, hey, you know, this guy, Amit, maybe, he is not really inducted for safety training. Let me call him out, give him safety training before I let him go into this hazardous environment. This is also happening. The third one is quite interesting in my view. It's called the Iot Structural Sensing. So what they're doing is as you lay the pillars, as you lay the slabs, they're adding IoT sensors to make sure not only that the cement is evenly poured and the construction quality is good, but it can also give you the health of the building over the next many, many years. And you can take corrective action and, you know, let's not compromise the health of the building. Let's not make it unsafe. And last but not the least, real-time design display. It's very obvious that, you know, the construction site may be far away from the head office of the construction company. It's very difficult to have high images or big drawings transported from here to there, any change in the building, any change in the design, needing a lot of, it's a hassle to be changing designs. But if you have the environment with 5G connected where you can transport images very quickly from the head office of the construction company to, let's say, the site. The engineers on site can do it faster and better. So these are two examples where some of such use cases are in action in our real world and not far away from us. That brings me to my last section to just give you an overview on Ericsson's leadership in 5G. Well, I'm sure many of you are aware, Erickson is a technology company. We're a software house where our attempt is to bring software and technical solutions and innovative solutions to operators, improve their customer experience, as well as digitalize the industries. All components of the 5G platform are very much our bread and butter as we speak here today. As of today, as of rather last month, we have about 121 live 5G networks. The list, which is publicly announced, is in front of you. This is the kind of experience that's behind us, and that's what we bring to all our customers and partners. A lot more contracts on the table where projects are currently under delivery. A lot more learning is happening. A lot more innovation is happening. Key takeaways. Well, I would like to walk away today from this stage by sharing 4 points. Point number 1, 5G is accelerating way, way faster than our expectations. Well, from the last 30 months that 5G has been around, we can see, we talked about the market in South Korea, we can see 64 to 68% of all traffic being 5G. We have seen the amount of data usage skyrocketing from the typical 5 GB, 10 GB, 15, 20 GB thing that we talk about in today's language to an average of 27 plus GB per user per month. This is reality. The second point I'd like to share is, how do you measure 5G leadership? 5G leadership is clearly measured by the innovative offerings that can be brought to the end users, to the industry. It can be measured by the innovative pricing models. It can be imagined by what kind of immersive services can I bring? And all this is in addition to 5G rollout, 5G coverage, the typical KPIs that we talk about. So leadership in 5G is actually going to a different level. It's no doubt that 5G is becoming the platform for innovation. We have to take it in a stepwise manner in order to unlock the full potential that 5G can bring to us. It's not going to change overnight. Let's take the right step at the right time. Let's progress as the market is going very, very fast. Last but not the least, Ericsson is indeed partnering with a lot of operators, service providers, and partners to bring this cutting-edge technology on the ground so that all of us, consumers, industries, the environment, the society, can actually benefit from in real life. Anybody's heard of 6G? Is it real? Is it there? Or is it just on paper? Absolutely, spot on. 6G is there, it's coming. Research on 6G has actually started. It's in progress. So if I start from my left, we spoke about different types of use case categories in 5G. Enhanced mobile broadband, EMBB, URLLC, meaning ultra reliable, low latency communication, or massive machine type communication, or IoT as we know it. This is what we see today. You will see that we're going to move from this side of the slide to that side of the slide very soon. And 5G is setting the foundation for what we will soon call 6G. So what changes? What's the difference? In fact, what we can imagine at this stage is these kinds of use cases that we see with 5G will have many more dimensions. We will have a lot of use cases coming up with compute AI services, immersive communication. Some of us have heard the word metaverse being used. Well, I think we are heading in that direction. It's going to be reality. We're going to be seeing a lot of use cases where spatial temporal services are being involved to a much higher extent. We will definitely reach a stage where the physical world and the digital world will be closer and interacting in a much more meaningful way. In fact, I like the word Internet of Senses. Just imagine, people talk about the metaverse, right? I have a friend in Europe. I can't travel to Europe. Let's meet at Starbucks and have coffee, right? We can meet virtually. Let's meet at Starbucks. And incidentally, the network will know that he likes a cafe latte, well, I like an Americano, and his favorite coffee is shipped to his house, my favorite coffee is shipped to my house, and while we interact, we're having our favorite coffee with the same aroma of coffee near us. We're heading there. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your attention. Feel free to ask any questions now if they're on the screen, or I will catch up with you as we go along. Okay, there are questions here. How does Erickson see itself contributing to the Brunei ICT master plan? Thank you for the question. I think for the last 2 to 3 years, or in fact even more, I remember Erickson being in Brunei for roughly 13 to 14 years now. Before the telco transformation that happened a couple of years ago, we have been working with the telecom companies here to deliver 2G, 3G, 4G kind of services. We have been working very closely after the transformation to ensure network unification and so on. So what we're trying to do here is bring in the technology, bring in the best practices that we're seeing in other markets in the Western world and so on, and trying to replicate these best practices here in Brunei with our local teams here, because we have a very good setup out here. I'll move to the next question. Out of the 121 live networks, are they all EMBB only or fully standalone? Okay. Out of the 121 networks that we have today, these are only the live networks. We have roughly 21 fully standalone. When we say standalone, it's more about using the 5G technology as defined in the standards, not really a mix between 4G, 5G. These standalone networks, or 5G SA or 5G standalone as we call it, are doing much more than EMBB. Mercedes-Benz was one example. I can share with you similar examples from the construction industry that we saw. Audi is using it. A lot of manufacturing companies, in fact, in the region, we're talking to a lot of manufacturing companies on how they could benefit with 5G technology. It is way, way beyond EMBB, I would say. A lot of different angles are becoming a reality. Okay. What are the lessons learned from early adopters that Brunei can look out for and avoid? Okay. Very interesting question. Firstly, I think let's not reinvent the wheel every time. We can learn a lot of lessons from outside. For example, the early adopters thought that let's start with small steps, 5G non-standalone, where we can mix some legacy technologies. But now technology is way advanced. We have a good number of I'll refer to the previous question on top of that, fully standalone networks which are running live in production out there. Let's learn from there. Let's not waste our time with this learning experience that others have done. Let's just take the learnings and build there onwards. So there are a lot of scenarios, including technology, including business, including optimization, how you can optimize your business processes, or what kinds of use cases, like we saw on the previous slides, that can be brought and replicated in the market in Brunei. So there's a lot to learn. I'll move on to the next question. Why are we still in 4G? Can we skip 5G to 6G? Okay, we're in 4G because 4G also has advantages. I think our life revolves around 4G, so it is important. Yes, 4G will evolve to 5G. It is happening now. In fact, in our previous discussions, even since yesterday, we are hearing the Brunei readiness, which is happening. It's great news. We're all looking forward to being a part of that. Can I skip 5G and go directly to 6G? I think not yet. 5G is relatively standardized, relatively well deployed. There are good learnings out of different countries. 6G is currently more in research stage. Standardization is yet to happen. So I don't think we can skip. Let's take the right step. Let's take one step at a time as we move forward. Right, I'll move to the next question. With the never-ending technology on Gs, how can we have high speed with less data usage? So you want data to be faster, but I eat data less. Well, simple. Go for unlimited plans, of course. Pay more money. Pay more money, you will pay less. Pay less, get more money, or so on. But let's put it this way. Simple fundamentals. What is traffic? It is Gbps or Mbps as we know it, right? Let's say 10 megabits per second, 5 megabits per second. This is what the abbreviation stands for. So when speed gets faster and faster, I'm eating more megabits per second. So since I'm eating more megabits per second, and my operators usually charge per MB, right? Per MB per KB, so obviously pricing differs. So yes, let's target for different kinds of price bundling mechanisms as we go on. I'll move to the next. How can 5G help local app developers to access telecom service? I think that's a very good question. And so it's speed, it's latency, it's bandwidth. I think a lot of youngsters are playing games which are AR, VR influenced. I think we're heading in that direction. So if the network out here in Brunei, in our region, are capable of supporting these kinds of KPIs, it will definitely give a platform to the local industry and the local developer community to be building applications, games, use cases, whatever they are, using that technology. Well, we always use the word chicken and egg. Who came first, the chicken or the egg? I use the abbreviation, what came first, the car or the road? So I think it's worthwhile to build the road or to build a good road. And once the road is good, the cars will come, the Ferraris will come, the Maseratis will come. But if there's no road, there won't be those cars, right? So chicken and egg, car versus road, let's go with the road. I'll go with the next one. Can 5G help boost Brunei economy? I think the answer is clearly yes. Since yesterday, we've been seeing a lot of presentations and discussions about the online experience, the online economy. In fact, an esteemed presenter also spoke about moving from online back to offline. But yes, this is happening. Just imagine your child making an application which probably helped him do his homework a bit faster, but became global, became viral, and people started using it. Wow, it is going to happen. Networks like 5G are going to enable an infrastructure for the young and intelligent people to go out there, give it their best shot, and make it happen. Yes, it is going to happen. Okay, I'll take the next question. 5G radiation myth. Okay. Well, I'm not an expert on radiation, so I'll just share what I know. One of the key reasons for standardization is not only interoperability. That means equipment or from one supplier can work well with another supplier. Yes, of course, that's one reason as well. But global standardization considers and takes into account all these things as well. So once standards are created, they're published for the worldwide market, all people are expected to abide by those standards, whether it's regarding radiation, whether it's regarding integration, whether it's regarding product capability, and so on. So it's very much top of mind for most of the people involved in standardization, and yes, they do consider this as a part of the standardization journey. Okay, I guess those were the questions. Thank you very much once again for your attention. I and the Erickson team is going to be around for a while. Feel free to drop by, let's have a conversation, and let's make 5G a reality in the country. Last question before I leave. Think about what role are you going to play once 5G is in the country, which is soon. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. We have now come to the end of the morning session. We shall resume at 2 p.m. this afternoon with Yang Mulia Dr. Yo Hwangbo to speak on smart city initiatives in Republic of Korea. Thank you, and we will see you again later.
habis masa. Perfume ni. Zaliko. Zaliko anu brand Brunei anu yang mostly macam dorang melabel your name Arabex, anu lah macam apa untuk kita. Okay lah. Before anu lah, before masanya kemari lah. Ada ni. Sama ada hand sanitizer.
dalam negeri Tuhan bagi. Dek, balik minuman panas, Dek. Sekarang jalan. Bukan. Kopi, Din. Sekarang. Sekejap. Ini musiknya dia nombor 1, nombor 2 coy, cuma. Second computer? First, Zoom. Nombor 2 tu yang penting je tu nak. Ada yang itu bah, yang terakhir. Cukup kain itu ah? Oh. Wow, curiga tu puan jalan.
Macam custom ni bunyi tu,
Oh.
puan jalan.
Sedih ada juga.
Oh,
Puan jalan.
Buat
Okey,
beli.
nanti turun.
Dia balik tu mak tujuannya tu. Kalau yang baik, puan jalan ni saja. Itu bawa tak?
Puan jalan.
Hi, Mr. Lim. Oh, yay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lim.
Hello.
Hi. Yusrina here, testing with you.
Let me put your volume up a little bit. Okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you and we can also see you. Is it
Great.
possible to, because your voice is a bit faint.
Soft? Yeah, I can speak a little louder.
Okay, I think we can also up the volume on this side.
Okay.
Um, your mic is from the computer, is it, Mr. Lim?
That's correct.
Okay.
Should I speak a little bit louder?
We can try.
Okay. Let me check. Can you also allow me permission to share my slides?
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, first I tried to click on share screen, but it said that the host disabled sharing of the screen.
Okay, can you try sharing screen? Yep, we can see your screen.
Okay. Can you see? Okay.
Yes, we can see your screen. Do you want to try slideshow mode?
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like we have a short video. Did you have to see whether you can hear it? Yeah.
We are seeing.
I'm moving the slides. Yeah. Are you able to see?
We are. Have you changed to slideshow, sir?
Yes, we have.
Oh, okay. We are still seeing the presenter's view.
Oh, present. Okay, I understand. Give me a second. I can unplug this. Are you seeing the presenter view?
Yeah, we're still seeing the presenter view, not the slideshow.
Stop there. Is this better?
Yes, it's better now. Would you? Oh, okay. So I want to also check with you. You have videos to share, is it?
Sorry?
Will you be playing any video in your
There's one
This one, yeah?
here. Yeah.
Describe your emergency and provide details.
Okay, so the audio on your video is not clear.
Okay. Okay, I can speak over it, so not an issue.
Can I check with you? Would you like the audience to hear the audio for your video, or will you be?
I don't have a preference. Let me try again. I made the speaker louder.
The new personal alert button lets seniors call for help if an emergency happens. Here's how it works. To call for help,
Is this better?
press the red alert button.
Give us a moment.
You have 10 seconds to record your message after the beep.
Describe your emergency and provide details. Your message will be recorded and sent to the Senior Activity Center.
Okay.
We have received your
Okay,
message.
we can hear
If
the
it's
video.
too,
We will be in touch
you
with
can.
you shortly.
Okay, if
Yes.
it's
Help will be
problematic,
on the way shortly.
I can
The
speak
staff
over
at the
it.
Senior
All right.
Activity Center will assist
Yeah.
you as soon as possible.
Okay, great.
Okay, that looks good.
Okay, I think we are ready.
Yes, I think we are good to go for 2:30 later.
Okay, great. I will set up my headset.
All right. Yeah. I thought we lost it.
Don't worry about that. I keep.
Okay. I heard you worked in AITI before.
Yes. When did you join AIT?
I worked as a temporary staff back in 2020.
2020.
I'm on technical part with IT.
ID. Okay. You are technician, I think.
Yeah?
Are you technician?
Yes, technician.
Technician should be respected by somebody. I respect technician, engineer. Should be highlighted in the country. Are you study ITB? UTB? No. Are you graduate?
No, I'm graduating from
IBT. I don't have any coronavirus so far. I didn't put any coronavirus so far. Yesterday I tested AR test negative. But today I don't know. Today. Yeah. No. A day before yesterday. A very busy schedule because I have a many friend, Brunei friend, meeting makan. Oh, okay.
Happy tummy.
Today also I go to dinner something. I finished there. I go makan.
When?
Oh, later. I finish.
With your colleague?
Yeah. Yes. When I go to Korea, okay, go back to Korea. How do they do that? Do I get? I need. Oh, this is opposite situation. Korean also immigration wanted to get some test. I the coronavirus. Okay, I asked Korean embassy. I don't know Korea. Musyawara. This one.
Jelas pink. Yang lain habis sudah.
Musya.
Selanya. So only left
Yang tinggal the green one and the black one.
so pink habis.
Pink, this is the last one.
Okay, I got mine in this.
Okay. After that, my friend, my business head will bring stay habis. How can you? You send the after but you clear on your account.
I got mine.
How can you?
Do they still have the
Friday off duty. And then this hotel. Yes. Friday. Something happened. Yes. On Friday. Normally, don't worry about that. Friday is off duty. But Thursday, makan. Today makan. One time, two time. Leaving somebody will come to hotel. But they just so I take another car. No, yeah. Saturday is work day. Saturday will be. Yes.
I did that on for too long. You don't want me to interrupt you with the mic and say, Professor Huang, you need to come down now. So please, I need to keep very strict. Oh, and if we run out of people,
Yes, sir. And so I put in my email.
sure.
Just send email. Malay, the first time. Okay, I introduce my me. Saya bekerja di Brunei selama
Kita orang tu pun boleh pulang. Oh, 30. Kalau yang mau ikut itu orang tu. Stop the whole session.
Okay, boleh test.
iPad? Yes. iPad.
Check.
Okay. Okay, I just
Ladies and gentlemen, we seek your kind cooperation to take your seats as session will begin shortly. It's so sensitive.
Really? When Mama was saying this morning, he was quite soft and saying, speak loud.
Yes. How are you? Welcome back, everyone, to the Digital Transformation Towards the New Norm Conference Day 2 afternoon session. For our next topic, we will be listening to the topic Smart City Initiatives in Republic of Korea, to be shared by Yang Mulia, Dr. Yol Hwangbo, Senior Research Fellow at the Digital Bio-Innovation Research Institute, Social Enterprise Empower Social Cooperative, Republic Korea.
Hello, very nice to meet you. Okay, I have to introduce myself. Nama saya Hwangbo, datang dari Korea. Saya bekerja di Brunei selama 15 tahun sudah untuk AITI, PMO, BDB, UBD as well. Okay, it's very honor to invite for organizer to invite me to conduct some special topic on smart cities. Okay, time is very limited. I think you have questions. Please send the email to me. I reply. There is no time to answer the question, and so I have to hurry up because time is very limited. 30 minutes. I prepare too many things, but not enough time for me to allow to conduct the speeches. Okay. Okay. Today topic is very informative and very interesting. And MCYS 2020 is a very useful seminar. I get the very useful and valuable information from the seminar. Before dealing with the smart city, I have to summarize the force in the industrial innovation. And we are living in the digital economy, but we have to understand the fourth industrial innovation. It's very simple. The slide makes sure the fourth industrial innovation very simply, systematically. Please concentrate on this slide. Okay, one is offline, the other is online. We are living in the online. We go through first industrial and second industrial revolution. Also, we have experience and the third industrial revolution. But we are facing the fourth industrial evolution. I explain very simply. And this is a digital transformation, and offline is convert to online, and online convert to offline, which is called analog transformation. Digital transformation is closely related to digital economy. Hopefully you will easily understand. Okay, let's move there. Okay, why smart city? Bandar Seri Begain has been designated of ASEAN Pilot Smart Project. Total project is number 26. And you know, ASEAN has 10 countries. Different country has a different culture, different political system. And you just focusing, you need focusing on that. Bandar Seri Begain, in short, BSB has been designated one of the pilot project of smart city of ASEAN. We have to move forward establishing smart city Bandar Seri Begawan. Okay, let's move. There are many discussions surrounding smart cities. I try to summarize in short why we implement smart city. There are some sort of strong reason, also some sort of opportunity. As I explained, digital economy and digital transformation facilitate smart city initiatives. Also, there are many successful smart city cases. Smart city can be initiated by the government, which means it's supplier initiative. I will explain the end user consumer initiative. I will explain how to implement smart city. This is a strong reason why we move forward smart city. Opportunity, okay. Data should be exploited to improve social welfare. Data, okay. I think yesterday somebody highlighted data industry. I will explain why we promote the data industry in Brunei Darussalam. Another, okay, we already discussed about fintech, e-payment system. I will explain later. Also, inclusive digital economy and facilitating citizen engagement will be explained later. This is opportunity. However, there are challenges surrounding smart city. Weak point. Even if ASEAN 10 countries have a plan to initiate smart city, the smart city, pilot smart city project 26, but the challenge is we don't have enough budget. This is the first challenge. Without money, you cannot do that. How to make money to develop smart city? This is the most important challenge for us. Infrastructure not put in place. Okay, today session somebody handled the 5G network. This is just network, but some infrastructure has not been put in place. And most important things, we don't have enough human resource in the era of digital economy. This is quite important for Brunei Darussalam. We need to develop more smart human resource to come up with the smart city. For example, if we know about new technology, we can get we can have an opportunity to develop to do the business on the smart city area. Okay, insufficient government supporting has a problem. Also, there are some threats. Okay, disrupt existing law and institutional framework. For example, okay, yesterday we known the Brunei effort in legislating privacy data protection. This is one of the threats. We have to develop legislate fully registration. Otherwise, it is not easy to move for smart city. Digital divide and challenging of the labor market. Labor market always a problem. I'll highlight. In the conclusion, I'll highlight that. Okay, next slide. Okay, we need to consider how will Brunei be positioned in the smart city area. There is a developed country case. This is an emerging country case. Also legacy and UCT. We established develop UCT. It's rather easier to develop to establishing legacy cities in smart city. But we need to identify Brunei current position. Brunei, how to identify Brunei. Brunei also have many heritage, like Kampong Air can be considered as like the first water house in the ASEAN region. We must protect. For example, for Temburong area, we developed UCT. How to be harmonized between the legacy system and UCT development. We need to decide. Who decide? Citizens should be decide. As I told that, government, even if government do effort in initiating the e-government something, but citizens should follow. Okay, I'll highlight later. Let's move. Time is not enough. Okay. I will explain Korean smart city journey. We start smart city from 2003, and we have a 3 stages, including construction stage, connecting stage. Now we are in enhanced stage. Okay. This is simple. In the first stage, government taking the leading role for developing smart city. Now, totally different. Citizens should be taking the leading role for citizens. This is this is a quite different smart city strategy. Previously, government leading project is can be considered top-down approach. Now we need to bottom-up approach. Individual citizen is very important. Okay, this is related to smart city governance. Okay. You need concentrate on this slide. This slide makes sure the smart city architecture. It's very simple. We have to understand 3 components of smart city. One is technology, the other is service and application. Component 2, component 3 can be said legislation, regulation, policy. And everywhere we have a back office integration through inter-agency collaboration, and the front office integration through Living Lab. I will explain Living Lab later. Back office integration quite difficult because inter-agency collaboration is not so easy. So we need to have a collaboration between different agencies, different ministries. For example, I make an example. For e-payment, we need to have a collaboration for Ministry of ICT and Ministry of Finance. 2 ministries should have a cross collaboration. Okay, I highlight number 2, service and application. I summarized the smart city application as a 7 main applications, which is called flagship project. somebody call me killer application. You know killer application is very important. One is traffic services. Most of 50% of smart city application is handling the traffic services. Others, security, safety, water management, environment, business activity through R&D and commercialization, social welfare and governance. And so smart cities project can cover various things, has a broad concept. Let's move to another slide. Why? Okay.
Smart city.
This is Korean best practice. You just okay.
Due to
I'll show you.
rapid population growth and urbanization, urban problems such as traffic congestion, pollution, energy shortage, disasters, and violent crime started to arise. And the concept of smart city was introduced to solve these problems. What is smart city? Smart city means solving the urban problems, improving the quality of life, and making urban function more efficient by integrating ICT into urban infrastructure. It feels like smart city is very far away, but we actually are living in smart city. Shall we take a look into smart cities around us? Miss A, who lives in Seoul, wakes up in the morning and uses a weather app to check the weather and smog situations in real time. Miss A can predict what time the bus will arrive before she leaves her house by using the app. Miss A notices smoke rising from a fire in a shopping district across the street. Just before Miss A calls the fire station, she saw fire trucks and ambulances arriving to the district. This is thanks to the agents in the Smart City Center immediately responding to emergency situations through real-time CCTV monitoring and cooperation with fire and police departments. It's been a long day at work, already dark outside. Even though it's late at night, Miss A can return home safely, thanks to the Safety Assistant application. In case of emergency, the Safety Assistant application allows you to send SOS messages with GPS information by simply shaking your phone. And the Smart City Center immediately checks the location to dispatch police. Now at home, through the smart meters, Miss A can check energy usage and real-time bill before using the appliances to save energy. Furthermore, the Energy Monitoring Center is capable of remote meter reading through smart meters, increasing productivity. Now, what about the future smart city, even more advanced? With more car sharing and self-driving cars, eventually traffic jam and parking problems will be solved. And patients will be able to manage his own health through smart medical devices without visiting the hospital. Intelligent CCTVs will prevent various crimes in advance. May spend pleasant time in the zero energy building, which can self-suffice the energy 100%. Smart City optimizes the urban function to create an environment where the citizen can live happier and better lives. We are building the Smart City together. Whatever you imagine, that is the future of Smart City.
Okay. This video clip was made by Korean Central Government, MOLIT, Ministry of Land and Infrastructure and Transportation. I will introduce another video clip, which was made Seoul Metropolitan City. Seoul is the capital city. How to? How to? No. Sorry, this one. Okay.
Smart cities are becoming urban blueprints for the future. The core values of Smart City Seoul are people, innovation, and sustainability. For this, we are focusing efforts on three major areas: Smart Data City, Smart Sharing City, and Smart Service City. Smart Data City means that we collect, store, and analyze administrative data, as well as all other data in the city to utilize when needed. In Seoul, there are more than 50,000 IoT sensors installed in the city that are constantly collecting data. We have built a data sharing platform to store, analyze, and utilize 518 different types of administrative data. TOPIS is Seoul's advanced public transportation management system. Based on the data gathered from throughout the city, TOPIS provides information such as the locations, travel times, and intervals of public buses and subway trains in real time. Our Night Owl bus is a public bus service that we launched based on big data analysis. To decide the routes of the Night Owl buses, we analyzed 1 billion big data, mostly mobile phone calls, after public transportation ends at midnight. Another good example is neighborhood community market analysis. We are collecting, storing, and analyzing 10 billion data a month to offer neighborhood market analysis, which is a new service that provides information on population flows and spending patterns to potential small business owners. Smart Sharing City means that through open platforms and networking, we share smart resources with the citizens, and through collective intelligence, we solve urban problems. A good example is our IoT-based sharing parking system, which we collaborated on with the private sector. Through this system, users can easily search for, reserve, and pay for parking spaces online. It is an innovative way to solve the problem of lack of parking space in the city. Another example is our blockchain-based smart healthcare solution, which we cooperated on with major hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, insurance companies, and research centers. Healthcare-related information is stored in blockchain format, and we are utilizing it for paperless prescriptions, certificates, and insurance purposes. Of course, all information is guaranteed absolute privacy protection. Smart Service City means that we are creating new values that have never been seen before in the city through smart administrative services based on big data. IoT sensors detect senior citizens' movement inside their homes, and a device notifies their caretakers at social welfare centers to take action when there is no detected movement for a certain period of time. For those who require emergency help, we make sure that the caller's basic information is sent to the call center to dispatch ambulances immediately. Seoul launched a testbed for self-driving cars using 5G networks in Sangam DMC. It is the first such attempt in the world. Thanks to 5G and V2X networks, cars and traffic infrastructures are interconnected, and data such as traffic lights and traffic information are sent to drivers instantly. We have created a 3D simulation program called Virtual Seoul, which we are using when managing the city, urban planning, and disaster response. Seoul's policy decision-making process and implementation process is also becoming smarter than before. We have developed an online platform where citizens can participate in the process via mobile devices. Through our M-voting system, citizens can submit polls and others can vote. So far, there have been more than 6,000 polls, and 652 of these requests have been reflected in our policies. Last but not least is the Digital Mayor's Office. It is a digital platform that displays information about nearly everything that is happening in the city in real time. For example, traffic information, disaster information, market information, and all other information related to the well-being of the citizens. We have digitalized this big data from 16 million databases from 290 systems. Our initiative for Smart City will also place top priority on the citizens. By pursuing innovation but also prioritizing the citizens, we will open up a new and better future for not only Seoul, but also fellow cities in the world.
The two video was made by central government and the Seoul municipal government. And okay, in Brunei, the IT center, it's not so easy to find the parking area, proper parking area. If we adopt IoT service, it's very easy to find the parking space. This is very some sort of minor things. Anyway, okay, we get the lesson. Two things. Why we smart? We promote the citizens' well-being. This is the first purpose of smart. Second things, we look at the smart city initiative in terms of economic development. For example, if we have a test bed of smart city, it's very easy to get attraction from foreign direct investment in line with increasing employment. Okay, hopefully, okay, you will understand two different purposes for smart city. Okay, let's move there. Time is not enough. I have to move. Okay. It's very sayang. Anyway, this is not first time. Okay, it will take a long time. It will take some time to explain fully what is a smart city, how to develop, and now I move to how to develop. Yes. This is living lab. I just there. Also, this R&D should be changed. R&D should be changed to RMBD. Just remember to terminology RMBD. Currently, supplier initiating e-government some project, but now time is changed. Strategy should be changed. Who initiate? Citizen. Consumer initiate. Citizen or consumer. Consumer has some idea. There is no parking space in my village. Citizens should easily identify the problem. Citizens should take a part in the smart city, the implementing project. How? Through Living Lab. I will explain Living Lab. This is new concept for developing project, government project, which is called PPPP in short. PPPP means for public, private, people partnership. 4P. You hopefully you will memorize 4P. This is new strategy. New strategy how to develop smart city. Okay, let's move to another slide. This is how to move. Citizens gather and discussing and identify solution and provide new idea for the government. This is like a living lab for government policy process. This slide makes sure the government policy is post-up systematically and scientifically. Government policy has four different stages: policy formation, policy making, policy implementation, and policy evaluation. Currently, government initiate making the not policy. Yeah, policy implementation, government initiate. Now, a dramatic change. Citizens should be engaged in the government policy. How? They need to participate in the policy formation, which means policy formation means to combat the social problem, the policy agenda. Technology is like as time changes, technology should be changed. IoT, big data, cloud, and ever-changing technology. Technology should be changed. Currently, you remember only three technology: big data, IoT, AI has can be positioned as a main technology to develop, implement, and smart city project. Okay, PPP model. Okay, I have to skip. Okay, I will into the social enterprise. Okay, social. This is not new concept. I am considering how to reduce the unemployment in Brunei. Social enterprise can contribute to improve the employment because social enterprise is not maximize profit, certain economic and social goal, and bringing innovation solution, and it's very effective for unemployment. I make analysis the OECD legal framework social enterprise. Social enterprise area is expanding. Anyway, smart city can be initiated by the social enterprise. Social enterprise can provide the citizens' opinion in the developing the smart city system. Okay, let's go. Now, okay, 2 minutes. I have to conclusion due to the time limitation. Why we smart city? We have to attract global company to invest in Brunei. Global company need to test better. Brunei is a very good location for test better. And so we develop some the IT infrastructure, including IoT, big data, AI. It's easy for a global company to invest here and make use of test bed for new product. Who initiate? Citizen initiate. Citizen should develop, should provide a new idea. And social enterprise can contribute the same things. This is the first conclusion. Number 2, we have to enhance citizen engagement in the government policy process. I already mentioned that this is quite important. Government cannot do for itself. We have to have a collaboration with citizen. And so, okay, number 3, we have to promote industry in digital economy for economic diversification. Okay, this is quite important, but it's a new area for new fourth industrial revolution data. We can get the data using the IoT and sensor, but we have to promote a new data industry. This is new the business area for Brunei Darussalam. Second things, okay, number 4, we need to facilitate social enterprise through living labs to contribute to developing smart city. Like a social enterprise have a function to facilitate citizen engagement, citizen opinion into the police process. We need to consider the basic condition of social enterprise to promote Brunei, the economic diversification. Also, it can the major focusing is on the solve the problem of unemployment. And the last, we have to establish a digital innovation academy to move forward with smart city, digital economy, and the fourth industrial revolution. Okay, academy does not limit it to only university, and we need to establish some organization to provide the basic knowledge for the citizen to act as a main role in the era of smart city. Okay, that's it. Okay, it's very difficult to explain a little bit sophisticated issues, but I have to stop now. If you have some question, okay. Okay. Is it finished? Okay, this one. Okay, I have stopped. I think you have some question. Just feel free to send the email. I will answer when you ask question to me. Okay, thank you very much for your share. Thank you very much. 혜리마 다시 만약.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yeo, for the informative presentation. Now, joining us virtually from Singapore, we would like to invite Yang Mulia Awang Lim Chin Hua to share with us on how to enhance the quality of life for citizens with smart technology.
Within the Singapore government. Can I get the administrator to allow me access to share the slides? Thank you. All right, I hope you can see my slides. Allow me to give you a quick introduction about myself. I'm Chin, I'm the Senior Director for the Smart Nation Platform Solution. I hold two portfolios. One is the Smart District and the other one is the Sensor Platform. Today, I will be sharing with you our work in the Smart Nation initiative that was started and initiated by our Prime Minister. This is a snippet of his speech that he gave on the 24th of November 2014 about the initiative. Essentially, it's about looking at the sensors and smart devices that will provide sustainable and comfortable living for the citizens and how our communities can be connected to the technology so that the citizens can connect with one another easily, and as well as building the future and create the possibilities with the technology that is in place. There are essentially 6 big items when you talk about our Singapore Smart Nation. The first idea is that the use of technology is to be integrated as a coherent whole, and that the use of sensors and devices will allow us to be connected, not only in the infrastructure space, but also as a community. And as the government builds out this infrastructure and framework, it is to be secured and trusted, and encourage a cultural experimentation for the citizens and the industry to work together to create services that everybody can enjoy. There are essentially 8 strategic national projects that the Singapore government has put out to date. They are the identity, digital management for the citizens, the e-payments, our codex that we engineer the government using shared code that's developed by the different government agencies. And those that are for the citizen lived experience, we have the sensor platform, urban mobility, as well as a sustainable district we call Pongo. And in regards to how we can work with citizens and business and have that ability to work together closely, we have developed the Live SG and Go Business. Today, I will focus on the Smart Nation Sensor Platform and the Smart sustainable Pongo. So how do we leverage technology given all the challenges today in a city environment like Singapore? We have developed a 360 holistic view of our infrastructure and the spaces in Singapore through a sensor platform. By developing this 360 view, we have a sense of what's happening both in land, air, and sea, and also allow us to integrate with the different districts within Singapore. So as a consequence of this ability to integrate and interoperate for 360 view, we have a sense of what's happening within the country. And from that context, we collect data from the 360 perspective. We take that data and then we sense and contextualize and act, giving us a three-pronged approach how we make use of sensor data in order to provide the means for us to have data-driven policy making. Besides having the data and the strategy, we also develop a technology stack which allows us to make it interoperable for different systems and also different users. Ultimately, what we see is that there will be users that will be augmented and they will have access to both the tools and data in order to make the data-driven policy making as well as the decisions they need to get the work done, especially in support of the citizens. So solving these challenges that matter to citizens is what it's all about. And so we work closely with the different government agencies in these areas, the municipal, the citizens' homes, in transport, in safety and security, in economic drivers, as well as the COVID-19 situation that's before us. Although it has tapered down, a lot of effort was done in mitigating some of the effects of this. So when we enable our agencies with these solutions in this domain space, ultimately the citizens will benefit and we deliver as a government as well. I want to run through some of these solutions that we have deployed. From a use case perspective, the red boxes, the red numbers that you see are the numbers of use cases we developed in those different domains. 66 for municipal, 64 for economic, 44 for public safety and security, and 21 for COVID, 7 for transport, and 3 for citizens. So I'll touch some of these examples to share with you. We have developed a computer vision drowning system that we put at public swimming pools that's able to identify and detect if someone was having difficulty in the water. In fact, this system have helped save a couple of lives already. Other examples that we'll be sharing with you on will be on our lamppost, smart lamppost solution, our wireless alert alarm system that are in the homes, our district solution, all powered by the platform called Dicada. So with these 200 use cases we have developed, let me go into the detail for some of them. The smart lamppost solution, we call the lamppost as a platform, allows us to acquire sensor data. And we built out smart lampposts so that we can have information from, for example, localized environmental monitoring that collects information about the temperature, giving us more fine-grained information about the local district rather than a large swath of land throughout as a country. So with this localized information, we also collect things like humidity, gas, air quality, rainfall, and so on. So this helps us give us fine-grained information to give information about what's happening in that area for public health and environmental understanding. We also collect data and allow for manned vehicles to receive geospatial information for situational awareness through our lamppost sensors as well. This solution that you see before you, I'll let the video play.
The new Alert button lets seniors call for help if an emergency happens. Here's how it works. To call for help, press the red Alert button.
You have 10 seconds to record your message after the beep.
Describe your emergency and provide details. Your message will be recorded and sent to the Senior Activity Center.
We have received your message. We will be in touch with you shortly.
Help will be on the way shortly. The staff at the Senior Activity Center will assist you as soon as possible. The digital signboard at your lift lobby will show your floor and unit number, alerting your neighbors to help. If you activate the device by accident, press the blue button on the side to cancel the alert.
So the wireless alert solution that we have, we work together with our public housing agency, is intended to be providing the safety net for the 53 one-room rental blocks in which mostly aged persons live, right? Those that are above 65 and older. And because they live by themselves, sometimes when they run into emergency, they will require assistance. So we have built through the sensor network and put in a alert button where they can immediately press and will alert our community service and health service to respond. The system has been deployed to 53 blocks. Each block, you're talking about close to 50 families and so on. So what the opportunity we had was able to save 2 lives with this solution. So when we were building this solution, we are using a whole of government solution called DCADA. It is a device management control and data acquisition systems that allows us to be able to connect to devices like these to the home, and then be able to monitor those devices on the battery health, signal strength, whether it is working properly, and the activation services, and as well as maintaining maintenance services. This IoT device allows us also to connect to a alert solution. This management case-based management solution monitors the alert, and then you'll be able to pull out information about the senior profile and then bring quickly to the attention that's needed for the emergency. As part of it, this solution, we also have the analytics capability. From the sensors, we are able not only to understand what's happening within the area of where we are helping monitor for citizen safety, we also help to coordinate efforts and provide quality of service in delivering the service in a timely manner. And we collect the data of all our data sensor services so that we have an understanding of what's happening around the different public estates. I want to share now with the Smart District how we anchor this solution for entire district. We have a project that covers about 50 hectares of land that will create 28,000 jobs. In the midst of this, we also anchor it both with citizens as well as businesses with those living in that area. So the work, live and play approach is something that we have built and empower a smart district solution. And this allows us to have a connected city through this platform we call the Open Digital Platform. It is a smart district operating system. It is connected to the physical infrastructure and providing a digital twin of what's happening in the physical space, allowing us for command and control, understanding of all the different infrastructure that we manage, and also allow us a very important part of it is to extend our ability to control the infrastructure from the command center as well. It brings with that quite a significant amount of data that allows us to sense make and give us situational awareness. Some of them are automated in our control, some of them are where we have human intervention. So when we collect this data, we are able to understand the different moving parts, right? How crowded is that place? Are the infrastructure working properly? How is the control system that allows us to identify areas where there's overcrowdedness? How do we control the HVAC system for the ventilation and cooling, as well as allowing us to build robots to automatically open doors and move around autonomously within that infrastructure. This allows us to build the next generation smart district, and we learn from it that you will provide us the economic competitiveness of the space that we manage, but also to position the sustainability goals, where the tenants and visitors will have a improved experience when they visit the district or live in that district or work in that district. So these are some of the technologies that we put in place, from smart lighting to smart parking to cleaning robots and facility management. These are all part of the sensor platform, in which we have, again, our whole of government Dicada solution, a multi-tenant platform that's able to support that many sensors integrated into the IoT system for us to bring data for and understand what's going on in order for us to actuate. We also have put out our solution for smart utility metering. Some few 100,000 smart meters are out there. We have a very dense population. So instead of going down to read the meter by the meter person, we now automatically pull through the smart metering capability to understand the usage of the power by the households. And that allows us a secure and reliable way to understand what's the usage in terms of power and collection of that data. We also have, with this information, allow us to have a government research and industry approach. And this data, we definitely use some of the leading in-house capabilities for machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision, and IoT, so that we are able to glean insights when we come to policy and urban planning decision. So some of the things that we also look at to get a smoke-free Singapore, we use our AI solution for specific areas where we discourage smoking, and we are able to detect this and then send our ambassadors to share with them to go to the appropriate place if they wish to smoke. This we have deployed on Orchard Road. Another area we use AI was the COVID fight. We built a thermal solution that's able to detect 10% and identify if a person actually has a temperature in which we need to take in and intervene. We built this solution and provide the license fee to the private sector so that they can use the software as well as the hardware to support us in the prevention of spread of COVID-19. We also built a gantry system that allows us for fully automated contactless to screen visitors. One of the important aspects is where GovTech, which is the agency I work for, the application and the software that we build, we want to share with the public as well as the industry so they understand what we're working on. And so they don't have to reinvent the wheel, and they can take our solution to build more applications on top. Our stack consists of 5 interoperable layers. One is the area where we touch the physical world. So the cyber physical world in terms of the physical world of IoT, we utilize the fiber and LTE, 4G, 5G connectivity to bring that data into our processing service. And based on specific standards and operation from our Smart Nation Operations Center, we are able to make sure that the application as well as data are secured and application running fine with the interoperability capability through API SDK we share with the development community. So when we talk about a smart city, we actually at an inflection point when we think about sensor platform or smart district. It is where we bring the physical world into the digital world and making sense of the data in the digital world back into the physical world. So in terms of the physical world, we are talking about creating connection to the assets, which includes facilities, built environment, as well as the different city infrastructure. With this connected data, those that may be open, how we share that data, how we analyze that data, and how we ensure that there is security in the right classification for the data, different connected services can use that data in order for resource tracking, scheduling, optimization, and command and control of the physical infrastructure. And with that, the physical infrastructure being digitized, we allow for connected citizens, where citizens have multi-channel touch points. And then with the citizens in specific communities, they will have social media crowdsourcing, as well as different engagement with the community, thus allowing for the community to be future ready, because the infrastructure is ready for them to experiment and try. And of course, these things are predicated on improving the lived experience for our citizens with the resilience as well as sustainability in the area of the cyber-physical technology that we put in place, namely in the sensor platform and the smart district platform. This is my last slide. You can get our details of the work that we have done in our sensor platform and Open Digital District, as well as information to our developer portal if you have interest to develop application based on those things. So we open to our citizens to do this. I will stop here and go into our Q&A. Over to the host.
Don't worry. Let us settle it, yeah? Can you please just ask him to stop sharing his screen?
Okay, I will try to read the question that's on the screen. Yeah, thank you. I'll read, how does GovTech address data ownership of various data being collected? Is it owned by GovTech or the relevant government agency? That's a wonderful question. We have a coordinating agency called the Government Data Office. The Government Data Office develops the policy on how data that are produced by government, as well as the policy on how the data is to be used. Agencies are owners of the data that they produce. Because they are owners, one of the government objective is how we share that data. So we have the concept of ownership of a subscriber as well as a publisher. So the person who owns the data, or the agency that owns the data, is the publisher, and then we have those who are interested in data to subscribe. So there's a mechanisms how we subscribe to that data if we want it. So the government data office expose to the different agencies what data are available for different agencies to own it. Now, when it comes to data, we also have different classification. Some data are confidential, some data are open. So depending on the different levels of data that is required for what purpose, the data owner can allow the subscriber to get to that data. So there's a coordinating body. The second question I have here is, citizens raise privacy issues on the amount of data. Yes, the citizens always have interest about the data that the government collect. So one of the governing policies is we establish very clearly and publish the rules on how we use that data. We inform the citizens about what we use the data for and what we collect. One of the key things is the personal identifiable information, where it is, most of our data are not personally identifiable. In other words, we don't collect information based on a person specific look or features or their personal data and so on. We aggregate the data, if those data obfuscated, we just aggregate the data for policy and planning. So we have that in place. So I want to also talk about the monetization, the sensor platform. It is a good question in a sense that when we set out this sensor platform, it is a government infrastructure. In other words, the government pays for the platform. What we use the platform is through what we call a cost recovery mechanism. And we build this infrastructure to support other agencies. In the event that an agency requires a specific data, one of the key things is that usually they have to build a solution like a sensor network, or they have an IoT device in order to collect data. But because we aggregate it, we are able to bring economies of scale and allow for that collection of data and the sharing of that data. So it is more a cost recovery. One of the platform we built is actually the asset management. For example, it is more cost avoidance rather than we make money from it. For example, if we already have specific sensors in the area of interest, whether it's a CCTV camera or it's environmental sensors, or it's even a 4G phantom cell, we have an asset management that allows for other agencies to know those sensors are already there, so that agency do not have to invest in putting up the sensors. Otherwise, they would have done if we weren't coordinated. So it's more cost avoidance. The question is, how long does it take to educate and ensure the population on the digitization of a nation, digitization? So there are actually, in our context, we look at it as 4 pillars in digitization and getting the country ready. So from a political structure point of view, we have what we call the Smart Nation Digital Government Group that consists of the policy office called the SNDGO, the Smart Nation Digital Government Office, and then we have GovTech, the Government Technology Agency, which is the execution of the ICT and smart services. And we together produce the blueprint to educate the citizens by publishing out the blueprint. In fact, you can also get access to our blueprint. So we have a 4-pronged approach. One is digital government, digital economy, and digital society. And then the 4th one is the smart city. So we are taking the steps through educating the blueprint. We are establishing projects that touches the citizens through our strategic national project, which I presented earlier. For example, the National Digital Identity is one such strategic project that touches the life of every citizen. In other words, should they want to consume a government service, they have to go through our National Digital Identity to authenticate, authorize what they can use. We put in place also training in the community and engagement for those who are less digital aware, and allow for opportunities for these citizens to engage with these platform and regular public engagements. So the question is, how much did it cost for the Smart District Sensor platform? I'm not sure if I can divulge the amount that was spent, but what I can share with you, at least in a ballpark figure. The project has been going on for 5 years, and I've been managing a portion of that. So I would say it is in the mid 10-digit number. I will say that. What drove GovTech to build the CADA, and how was it planned out? The CADA actually is nothing fancy. It is actually a whole of government coordinated effort to look at all the sensors that the government owns. In other words, government agency we have about 100 government agency, especially those that are in the infrastructure space, the national development agencies like the Housing Development Board, the land transport, the parks, and so on. they have a lot of sensor devices. So what we built with Dicada is actually a SCADA system, which is basically help to connect all the government assets. There are millions of sensors we are connecting so that we can have a whole of government view of the sensors that we own and the data that we can collect. So it's planned out from several layers. So from a political structure, we report up to the Prime Minister office, and from the Prime Minister office, we have the Smart Nation Digital Government Office that handles the policy, and GovTech handles the execution of the technology. So I'm in a team that handles the execution. We set up several committees, one that reports up to the Prime Minister, where we have the Smart City Steering Committee, and then we also have another committee called the Smart City Data and Technology Working Group. I work with the Smart City Data and Technology Group to identify the platforms, the application, the projects that are meaningful to support the sensor infrastructure, the data that we collect, and the applications that we coordinate to build. Question here is, does GovTech identify use cases up front, or do agency approach? And when building up the initial use cases for the platform, actually, it is both. First of all, there was a study done in bringing together through the committees, all the committees who are interested to participate. So in our Smart City Steering Committee, we have identified about 25% of Singapore agencies that we require this need. And together we discussed the direction that we want to take in terms, not in terms of the application, but more in terms of the outcome that we want to achieve through such a platform. For example, infrastructure management, how do we manage and operate infrastructure in a more effective and efficient way? What kind of data can we collect that allow us for planning? So these were some of the overriding strategic interests. And then we go directly in the use cases which are domain specific with the agency. GovTech is more a horizontal agency in the sense that we are expert in the ICT and smart services deployment. We work closely with our partner agencies to identify the area for example, in public housing, or in safety and security, or in the National Environment Agency that handles our public hawker centers, and also our parks and so on. So when we deep dive into the needs for them, for example, in the COVID situation when they were crowded and parks, the national parks, how do we actually put in a solution that allows us to monitor the crowdedness? So together we work with them, and then through Dicada, we will be able to pull the data because it's built as a whole of government solution. The agency don't have to build such a solution. All they need to do was connect their device to this platform, and immediately they can see the data. How would we think the platform would develop over the 5 to 10 years? I will be able to share a little bit, not so much 10 years, but at least in the next 3 to 5 years. We have in place already the sensor platform. We are moving the sensor platform another level to look at open digital district or district management, as well as a national management solution. So if you can think of it, we have gone from devices, managing devices in buildings. So devices are in spaces of buildings, and then from buildings into cluster of buildings, and cluster of buildings into our entire district. So we are looking now to look at smart facility management, smart district management layer, and then the aggregation of the different districts will add up to a smart city platform. How do we calculate ROI for nationwide platform? I will leave 3 thoughts when it comes to return on investment. So one is cost recovery, right, and cost avoidance. So the idea is when we build out this solution, we want to make sure that there's economy of scales. There are many agencies that will use it. So this is one key aspect. The second one is cost avoidance. In other words, we identify where we don't have to pay twice or 3 times even. So by aggregation and planning out, we are able to reduce the cost. Another aspect, the second point, is where it is less tangible. In other words, how can we provide the solution that enable the citizens to have an effective way of using government services? So, for example, when we allow for a digital platform, allow for self-service platform with the citizens will enjoy a faster response time. And we are building the digitalization where we can sieve out 80% of the asks using machine learning capability, and where they require perhaps the 20% that requires human intervention, then the people get involved. So what that does is basically we can deploy our limited manpower to engage the services that is most needed in the fastest and most efficient and cost-effective way. So that's another way. The third area that we actually think about ROI is the capabilities and technology that we build. How much of that can we share with our startup community or with our digital companies, Singapore digital companies, so that they sometimes do not have to build from scratch and they can leverage on our work that we already have done, so that they can take advantage of the solutions that the government has looked into, has invested in which otherwise the private industry may not do. So allowing that conversation to work with the Institute of Higher Learning and the industry and community allows that option for the private enterprise to actually participate also in building up a smart city and nation. Okay, I have seen those questions. I'll pass it back to the host. Okay, there's one question about Dicada to be used in every country or selected country. We haven't thought that far. In terms of Dicada going out of Singapore, I think there are challenges, and there's also open systems that are already out there. Happy to share where we identify where the open systems are. But the Dicada system that we have built is specific to Singapore's context, the infrastructure that we build, both in terms of above ground, below ground, and our connectivity layer to the different islands. So I would say that at the moment, the Dicada is Singapore specific. Over back to the host. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lim, for the insightful information for this session. Before we go to the next topic, we would like to invite everyone to take a quick refreshment at the back of this hall and return back to your seats as we will resume the conference at 3:30 p.m. You are welcome to take your food to the table while listening to our next speaker at any time. Just a gentle reminder, we would like to kindly inform participants to fill up the feedback form, and the QR codes are provided on the tables and also at the entrance door. Thank you.
Only Winnie, Freddie has slides, right? Main cat doesn't, right?
I didn't get your name. Oh, yes. Hajayus. Semuanya dari AFTI, okay? Ani Hadi.
Hi. So you're the next session with me again? Okay, all right. Don't worry, most of it is in here. Anything I just cue you saja. Yeah.
You press the
You just have to make sure you're loud enough because if not, I'll go louder, louder, louder. Yeah.
because the one very loud, so you try your best to make it clear.
No problemo.
Alright.
Yes. Thank
It's alright, no worries. Huh? Bye, day. Penakut rupanya.
We're still here pulang.
Yeah, I'll be here, I'll be here. See you.
Terkejut ya. You leave me without me.
Pemalu, pemalu.
Yeah. We'll try to finish before 5 lah. Should be fine.
Tak apa, it's okay. I'll be here.
Oh, it's like, am I here for MC kah? Can I interview kan eh?
Teruskan, mana tahu ada job offer.
Malasnya. Rupanya.
Teruskan offer job, tanya anak tanya.
Ada udang.
Ladies and gentlemen, we seek your kind cooperation to take your seats as session will begin shortly. Just a gentle reminder, audience is able to participate in the conference by asking questions using Slido by scanning the QR code projected on the screen. Next up, we would like to invite our moderator, Yang Mulia Sheikh Idham Abbas, to kick off the next conference, Traveling Now and Yesteryears.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Can I please invite Meng Kiat, the Business Development Director from SITA. And just want to check with the tech support whether we have Winifred Yong from IATA online. Yep. Hi, Winnie.
Hello, can
she see us? Can you see what I'm doing?
I can only see the audience.
Oh, okay.
Now I can see you. Now
Okay.
I can see you. Bravo.
So on my left, which is possibly on your right, is
Yes.
Meng Kiat. Okay.
I'm in here.
All right. We have 45 minutes. We'll leave about 10 minutes towards the end of this session for Q&As from the audience and online for those who are watching and listening. Let's first introduce our panelist from Singapore, because I understand that she has a flight to catch later on. Am I right, Winnie?
I actually I need to have to leave because I have another meeting, physical meeting at 4:15.
Okay, so let's kick it off by introducing and sharing a presentation a little bit about IATA's background for about a few minutes, and then we'll take off with Meng Kiat after that.
Sure.
Meng Kiat after that, and after that we can start the Q&As thereafter. Take it away, Winnie.
Yeah, great. Yeah, so just let me do the technical thing on sharing the slide first. Okay, share screen. Can you see my screen now? Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
That's good. So I'll start. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the moderator, and glad to know Meng Kiat. And good afternoon to the organizer for inviting IATA to discuss with you this afternoon about digital transformation in the airline industry. Frankly, you know, digital transformation is happening every area within our aviation ecosystem. And I'm not an expert to be able to, you know, give you a very comprehensive on every single area. So today I'll cover mainly together with discussion with my two friends here, is mainly on the customer experience side on distribution and payment transformation. But first, let me quickly introduce a little bit about IATA. We are a global trade association for the world's airline. At the last count, there are 290 passenger and cargo member airlines. Whether they are legacy carriers or new model carriers as well. So we have all of them. Today, we have around 50 plus offices globally. Myself, I'm based in Asia Pacific Regional Office in Singapore, and I look after a lot of the distribution and payment initiatives, driving technology within our industry and be able to raise the level of technology among the industry. With the support of local offices in some of our markets, the regional office in Singapore here, we look after around 39 countries, including Brunei. A quick look at the member airline space in Asia Pacific that we look after. So you can see we have a good spectrum of different type of airlines who are our members, and we look after the initiatives that they will introduce to the market. And let me go through now to in-depth to discuss, but of course, a little bit discussion on how we see the industry will recover in the next few years, which sets the pace on why we're talking about digital transformation. In 2019, before the pandemic hit the world, we actually expected the forecasted traffic that year in 2019 to be 4 billion plus passenger that year. But during that year, we were not only looking forward to that 4 plus billion, we were actually very bullish, forecasting passengers worldwide to rise to around 7.88 billion in 2035. And of course, the past 2 years, we all know it has been hard for our industry. Now with the border opening and the restriction reducing, not only in this part of the world, but worldwide, we are looking forward to the overall traveler numbers to reach the 4 billion level again. Not this year, unfortunately, perhaps in 2024. Last year, the overall travel numbers were around 47% of the 2019 one. Now, what about this year? This year, we are forecasting it to be around 83%. This is worldwide, yeah? And next year, we got 94%. And that's why we hope that in 2024, the global numbers will reach the 2019 numbers. Now, as you all know, not all the markets will recover at the same pace. And of course, unfortunately, in our region is a little bit lagging behind due to, some of the markets are slower to opening up and slower in removing the international travel restriction. And of course, there are certain markets or countries where they have very stringent domestic restrictions as well during a COVID outbreak. And that caused the numbers and the projection to go down a little bit lower. Taking a look specifically in Asia Pacific market. I know you asked me about Brunei, right? But unfortunately, I don't have exactly the same chart for Brunei, but I'll share with you Asia Pacific, at least the markets that we look after here in Singapore. We forecast our ticketing volume will reach around 68-70% of 2019 levels this year. And of course, I hope that I'm wrong, because I hope that line can actually go up higher than we forecasted. Some of our markets, will recover to the 2019 levels, aligned with the global one by 2024. But we do see some markets within our region that might be a little bit delayed and recover only in 2025. So what are the airline industry restart plan then? There are many areas that, you know, the industry is looking at, and the plan focuses on 5 main pillars, and I'm not going to do that because this is going to take another 2 days to go through. But I think the biggest and most important driver for passenger numbers to recover is the restrictions that government place on travel, and we continue to, you know, advocate to the governments and agencies to try to open up in terms of this area. But nonetheless, you know, digital transformation is a key ingredient in all these pillars. So today, my focus will be on one of them, focusing on consumer. So why is the aviation industry transforming? Well, you know, I'm sure Ham and Ming Kat, you can see that transformation started way before COVID already. Pre-COVID, our industry were already seeing movement from factors outside, really, from our industry. You know, airlines were already trying to transform or starting to think about transformation already. And this is not only in the airports, you know, in the airports you can see transformation already starting before, but we're talking about pre-travel. Now, pre-travel in the back end, but a lot of us don't get to see it, but we are part of it. So the transformation now has also accelerated in the area as well. So, you know, meaning, what is back end? So meaning pre-travel is that it's starting from the influence on a consumer like you and I, starting from the desire to travel, to where you want to go or to where I want to go, to what I want to do during the trip. So this is part of what I call the back-end transformation. And this is due to several reasons. I mean, the reasons starting from environmental, politics, and of course, technology. And then we have technology providers coming into our space. Google, Amazon, you know, Uber, Airbnb, they are coming into the airline space, really. And then of course, COVID-19 came, and that added fuel to this change and made the transformation within the aviation industry move faster. And again, I stress that the prime reason is our customer, that they have changed, or rather you and I have changed. You know, in an increasingly digital world, customers are expecting airlines to give them personalized offer now, real-time information and seamless transfer. Customers that they need to cater for could be also the governments and the border agencies as well. So we're looking at providing more services and products, not just the seat on the aircraft anymore. The industry is now working on evolving their product offering to meet the needs of the customers and to this end-to-end journey that you're getting on. So airlines have started to plan, sell like retailers, but what do you mean by retailers and what end-to-end retailing? It doesn't kind of gel well with airlines, right? That's not the usual words that we use. So I'm not going to go into this because again, this could take very long, but in a few words, it means end-to-end means from shopping, from how you're going to buy your journeys, not only just the seat, but perhaps other products that the airline is going to offer you. And then we look at more channels we can buy these products from. Airline is going to offer to you this not just only from the airline.com, but also from other channels, additional channels that you will actually be able to buy them from. Then there's the customer service side. We say customer service is always face-to-face, right? So we want to make sure that the customer service element does not decrease because now there's less face-to-face interaction. So we're talking about getting to know the customer, be able to customize and personalize products that you as the customer would like to get from the airline or can get through the airline. And last but not least, ensuring that at the end of finalizing what you want to buy or what you want to use or buy from the airlines, that you can pay with a form of payment that you want to use. You know, a lot of times you keep thinking about, oh, it's always cash and credit card, but later I'll show you it's way beyond that. Yeah, so I'm not going through this, but this is really what I meant by the end-to-end changes for the airlines here. And just let me show you just a few screens very quickly. What I mean by the shopping experience, imagine this is the screen that an agency, when they are helping you to construct the flight in yesterday. But actually, some agents are still having this screen. But going forward, you can see from some airline screenshot right now, things are evolving already. Yeah, there are rich content for you to see what you are buying, so that you're willing to perhaps upsell, get a bundle, and so on. And this is an airline example on how it engages the Chinese market, which is very important. Well, maybe not now, but it engages the Chinese market by adapting to a new way, using a mobile phone, for example. Yeah, and then of course the consolidators is also very important. Now, airline retailing is not just for the airlines, it's for all the players in the industry. The center of this strategy really should be the customer in this end-to-end journey. Now, one very good example is the form of payment. And I will just show you the next screen what I mean by the form of payment. Look at that. The number of options that you can pay with. And when you go to the airline website, are you looking and can you see all these options? I don't know. So I'm going to stop here for now, and I'm going to not share screen already and pass the time back to you just to get everyone thinking when I end with that slide. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Winnie, for the insight of what Iot is all about and what we are going ahead. So, Mengkiat from CETA, can you give us a quick background, no more than 2 minutes, and we'll go into some questions that I've got prepared. So, take it away.
Sure. Thanks, Ham. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to the event. 2 minutes, right?
Maybe 3.
So who is CETA, right? We are air transport. We are specialists in air transport communications and IT systems, right? So we are present in more than 1,000 airports globally, and we provide systems like common use check-in, self-service kiosks, self-backdrop, and all these components can actually be equipped as an add-on with biometric, so that passengers can actually use their face as a boarding pass to actually clear through the various checkpoints or the various touch points in the airports in order to provide a seamless passenger journey, right? So if you ask what the pandemic actually did to the aviation sector, it actually speed up, accelerated the digital transformation process that has already started before the pandemic. But the pace has actually quickened because there's a need to do more with less, because so-called resources, people like ground handler on the ground, the resources, because stakeholders in the aviation, airline, airport, ground handlers, they have actually sort of downsized their workforce during the pandemic in order to make sure that they stay afloat. And now, with the quicker than, faster than expected recovery, for example, Changi, they were sort of expecting that they will be able to reach 50% of the passenger volumes pre-pandemic level by the end of 2022. But now, they are anticipating that they will reach that milestone by June this year, which is this month, right? So 6 months ahead of schedule. So how do they actually, overcome all this resource crunch? One way is through self-service, right? And self-service means, for example, instead of one agent mending one check-in counter, servicing one passenger, with self-service, one agent can actually manage a few self-service kiosks. So then it sort of improves the productivity of a staff, right? So that sort of overcome, the resource crunch that the industry is facing, but yet provide better service to the passenger, because the passenger don't have to wait so long in the queue, right? So I think these are some of the things that we are observing, right? We have, like IATA, founded in 1945. We are founded in 1949. So we are more than 70 years in the industry. And CETA is actually dedicated to aviation. So we are dedicated to ATI. So we work very closely with IATA, with ICAO, as part of our product development and also with the industry stakeholders to make sure that our service is fit for purpose. And I'm sure I've taken up more than 3 minutes. I hand it over to you.
That's why you see my mic now closer to my mouth. Thank you, Venkat. So a lot of the issues now that's been raised is, we'll get into the whole technology part about travel soon. But you serve, or SITA serves, 50% of its clients are the airlines itself, and the rest will be your airports and the other players within the aviation industry. How do you tackle having a standardization of documents when it comes to flying? Because in 2020, when I flew, there was actually this much documents that you need to prepare. 2021, there's a bit this much, and then 2022 has gone down. Are we going to see, when are we going to see of basically travel being normal again? As in, you just need a passport, and I mean just a passport, and obviously your flight ticket. When will that happen? I mean, I guess that question is for both of you, for both SITA side and IATA side, but let's start with SITA first, because that will involve some form of technology as well on the back end.
Sure. I think during the peak of the pandemic, like with many of our travel partners, we are looking at way to digitize the process, right? Digitize the process of the vaccination cert, digitize the process of the result of the swab test, right? But we find that, as the countries start to open up their border to support international travel, most of the country, I know that Brunei still has a bit more restrictions than, for example, Singapore or Malaysia, but I'm sure you'll get there. I think if you look at Europe, you look at America, you look at Singapore or Malaysia. Now, the only criteria this country has imposed on traveler is that you have to be fully vaccinated, right? So that sort of simplify a lot of travel requirement. It is quite close to in the past that you just present a passport to the counter and you get your boarding pass, right? And I think slowly we'll get there. But I think I agree with you that, standardization is important, because at the start of the pandemic, different country has different requirement, and even the test, how long before your flight you have to take the test, also varies. 72 hours, 48, 24. So that creates a lot of confusion. That introduced fear to the travel populations, right? But with this standardization, I think it will start to bring back some confidence. And when, once we start to go through this new norm, then people will find that it is not that bad as compared to the pre-pandemic level.
Winnie, based on you representing, pretty much all airlines in the world, is that of a huge concern about passengers having a fear of, do I have this document? Do I have that document through travel? Was that yes before and then now not so much? What's your take on this?
You are correct in your observation. So I think 2 points to answer your question. First point is, yes, we are almost getting there to the point of having less documentation. I think it's because we have, since the pandemic has, I would say the disease in that sense have reduced in terms of the severity. We already have been advocating to governments to say, hey, let's reduce the hassle. You're confusing all the travelers in the world, and at the end, it's affecting your own economy, because people are not traveling. People are not coming to your countries, and your folks are not traveling as well. So until today, we continue to advocate to governments and to the agency and say, let's reduce all the tests required, whether it's pre-travel, arrival, or upon arrival, you have to do another 10 times more, things like that. So I think a lot of governments have adopted that and say there's no need, as long as what Min Kiat said, you are vaccinated. Okay. Then the second point in that I wanted to stress is, yes, there were confusion, even among the airlines, because they have to handle so many passengers. How would the agent remember what is for which country, when the passenger checks in? So in IATA, and I'm sure Sita knows about it, we work closely with you, that's the database that we work with the government. So the government agency will have to constantly update our database. And the database is where when you check in, you'll be able to see the arrival criteria. I mean, this database is existing anyway because, you know, certain countries when you arrive, there's a 6-month validity needed. For certain passport holders, you need visas. Trust me, the agents cannot remember everything of this. Plus, on top of it, now you have the pandemic travel requirements. So during the pandemic time, what we have done together with CETA, because you offer us together with the kiosk and the CAS system as well, to link with our thematic database, and in there contain all these requirements. So in a way, not only passengers are not confused, the agents are also not confused. And we try as much also to offer a website to the passengers to go there, and you can look at it when you're free, to be able to go in there and say, I'm going to Germany and I hold a passport Singapore, what are the paperwork required? So it's also available for the travelers to take a look as well.
Thanks, Winnie. Technology. What can we see on the ground? I mean, we're talking about the airport as well. Soon we'll get to you, Winnie, on the IATA Pass. I remember a while ago there was a launch on IATA Pass. You can hold that answer later on whether it was a success or not. Is it still on or not? But on technology on the ground, what's happening? I mean, like a lot of us have not traveled here yet. But what can we expect on the grounds in certain airports, whether it's physical or on the back end?
I guess it will be both, right? So the front end will be the part that touches passenger, right? And from that perspective, we will be seeing more self-service kiosks to check in, self-service bag drop for the passenger to drop their bag, right? But I would like to stress that self-service doesn't mean no service. Self-service means that you can use one agent to manage a few self-service devices, right? Instead of a one-to-one, it's a one-to-n. So that improves the productivity, right? So that is one area that we are seeing the adoption, right? And that sort of also is accelerated by the pandemic because that also reduces the human-to-human interactions, which people, especially during the peak of the pandemic, there is a phobia, right? If you cough, I will stand 2 meters away or even 5 meters away, depending on whether it's Delta or Omicron, right? So I think that is one. The second area, as far as passenger fronting is concerned, is biometric. We are seeing a lot of adoption there. Biometric from a perspective that the passenger will have to do one enrollment of their face image to validate themselves. And then once that is validated, that their face will become the boarding pass, that they can use their face to go through various touch points within the airport, throughout the airport, the passenger journey through the airports, security screening, boarding gate, etc. So that sort of also provide a more seamless passenger journey, minimize staff interactions, and I think passengers, especially the younger generations, will be quite happy with that, right? So that is the part that touches passenger, involving passenger processing. Then we also have the back-end part, those that the passenger don't see, like the airport management systems. How to actually provide automated systems whereby, because airport operation is a complicated ecosystem, right? I give you an example. You could have a team of crew, let's say a cleaner, that is planned to service the aircraft when the aircraft arrive, right? So this is planned in advance, right? Based on scheduled arrival. But reality is that things doesn't turn out as planned. As the event unfolds, weather, or maybe congestion, less now, but I'm sure we'll go back to a time whereby there will be congestion in the sky, right? So flight will come in delay, let's say 30 minutes delay. You don't want the cleaning crew to be sitting idling at the apron area waiting for the flights to come. Then you're not maximizing the resources. So how to implement systems like the airport management system so that when things like this unfold, right, the planner can be equipped with data point and the system can automatically suggest how to redeploy this set of crew to another aircraft that come in maybe 15 minutes earlier and is not far away from the gate that they are at. Not from one terminal to the other end of the terminal. That doesn't make sense. That probably take 15 minutes, right? So these are, automations that we can tap on, or if you want to use the jargon, digital transformations that the airport can tap on at the back end, right? And we also talk about baggage. I mean, baggage management system is also another area. Instead of handling the baggage manually, which a lot of time result in lost baggage. As a passenger, we all don't like lost baggage. That means that we don't have our fresh set of clothing when we reach the destination, our toothbrush, our comb, etc. Right? It's very disturbing. So with automation and with systems put in place, we can minimize the number of lost baggage. So I think this is the back end that the passenger don't see it, but it actually impact, the passenger perceptions of the airline that they are traveling with, right, and also the airport they are flying out with. So I think it's both. Yeah.
So Winnie, back to that. I'm sure you had a thought about your IATA pass. Was it a success? Is it still in play? I want to know.
Okay. I guess the answer to you is that travel pass was not really for the pandemic travel. It was for what Minket was talking about. It's a smooth operational, facilitation of a passenger through your airport journey using biometric. And that was because you need to be able to enroll using the travel pass, using your passport, and also the visual, as in your facial recognition. Now, however, we tried to then implement it during the pandemic. And I won't say failure or not, but there were difficulties, because we need to engage a lot of parties to make it work. We need to engage the governments, because governments need to allow for this recognition of this pass. Then we need to work with the labs. That means the labs are the ones that where you and I go to for our tests, and then to make sure that the test results are then put into the travel pass. And last but not least, the most important, the airlines have to have a buy-in. So we had a lot of combination and permutation. We had a good list of airlines, but once we get the airlines, then we need to combine with where they fly to and get the government. So I would say the take-up rate wasn't as ideal as we projected it to be. And then the pandemic issue kind of reduced a bit, and the government started to reduce the restrictions, in terms of the test requirement and so on, so that the need for it kind of was not so important anymore. So I would say ITP, we are not going to give it up. ITP continues to be a tool that we can, in the future, continue to use for this smooth end-to-end, travel facilitation within the airport for our passengers.
What is the industry doing about fear of travel? I mean, yes, currently we are still living with COVID. In terms of the airlines, what is IATA giving in terms of assurances to the airlines, and how does technology as well come in to tackle this issue? Because there are still people who are still fearful of travel because of what we're living in right now. Is there still a fear of travel?
Yeah, looking at the demand, there's no fear of travel. There's a desire to travel. Seriously, looking, and there is there's another word for it. It's like they really want to spend for traveling. A lot of people are traveling. And I think it's us, the airline now, is trying to cope to get the flights in the air for the demand. And of course, to get back into business, the airlines, the airports all need to make sure that our manpower is up to that level again, because we reduce our manpower and so on. So actually we are catching up. So I don't see the fear of travel, but rather the fear of not getting on the flight or going for their holiday.
Okay, so you're saying that the industry outlook is great. Sorry, Sita, you have
The outlook
Venkat.
is great, and that's why I said, you know, what we forecasted in terms of the chart I show you, we might really be conservative. I mean, the forecast could well be better than we forecast. We did 2024, and I recall, I think my boss, the Director General, mentioned a couple of weeks ago, he said it might jolly well be 2023. So I totally agree with him when I look my Asia Pacific numbers, and I look at the numbers and I look at what I see every month in the general numbers coming in terms of the ticketing volume. I think we might still be conservative. So cross our fingers, there's nothing else that would impact it. We think the projection is
Numbers don't lie, the data is there. Yes, Venkat.
I think I agree with Winnie that certainly there's that pent-up demand, right? But I think that fear of travel, to me, you can sort of divide that into two aspects. The health fear with Omicron, whereby, you know, for most of, you know, the people who caught the Omicron, unfortunately, is more like just a flu. I don't think that fear is there. But I would say that the second aspect would be the uncertainty in terms of whether documents that, you know, that the traveler has prepared can meet the requirement or not, right? So I think that, but I think it's a matter of, like, you know, as a traveler, you are a first-time traveler, obviously there will be uncertainty, but, you know, how, you know, once they go through it once, then that new norm become part or parcel of travel, right? Yeah, and obviously, you know, from a IT service provider, airport, airline IT service provider point of view, how we can make that journey more seamless for the traveler and even more enjoyable, right? You just walk through, show your face, gate open, you pass through, spend most of the time shopping, airport is happy, they can earn concession from that, then show your face again, you board the aircraft. I think that is how we can leverage technology to have a seamless journey, right? And you know, try to then help the industry with the recovery. And like what Winnie said, like what IATA forecasted, right? 2023 full recovery. I think everybody in the industry sort of hope that that will happen, because then it will be like back to normal, and then we can then forecast, you know, 5% growth annually after that, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Venkat. And Winnie, so now let's go to our slido for the questions. If we have any, we have about less than 10 minutes to go until Winnie has to go to a physical meeting.
Sorry,
so you can scan in the QR code. No, we are on schedule. So hopefully do you have some questions?
While you're waiting for the question, Venkat, officially it's 2024, but we cautiously quite optimistic and looking forward to being wrong and that it will be 2023.
Yeah, yeah, I'm aware of that. And that's why, you know, being in the aviation sector, just like IATA, if that can be brought back a year, then obviously it will be something that everybody is looking forward to.
That's right.
I think everyone is looking forward to, to travel like normal again. Well, if there are no questions, then I guess we can end this now, unless you want to have with closing remarks from Sita and from IATA.
Venkat, maybe you can.
I think based on you know, what we are seeing, certainly the recovery is coming up stronger than expected, you know, in particularly in Southeast Asia, right? So I think as a service provider and as a key stakeholders within the aviations, we hope to be able to work with the various other stakeholders like the airports, the airline, you know, to introduce technology, to leverage on technology so that, you know, we are able to make passenger journey a more seamless one, right? And then that will then support the growth that the industry was sort of anticipating before the pandemic. Thank you.
I think from my perspective, I think the most important line is we continue to look forward to everyone support to fly again, and also, to urge the government in Asia Pacific to really, reconsider any other requirements for pandemic testing and so on, and let's just go back to have a passport and we're ready for our trip, so that's the way to go. So thank you very much.
All right, anyone here has a passport? You're ready to fly. Okay,
yeah, that's right.
Thank you very much. I think with that, we'll end this session. Thank you, Winnie, and you can go jet off to your next meeting. Thank you, Menkiat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you again, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you to our distinguished panel and Mr. Itham for the engaging session. Alhamdulillah, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for your participation and attendance to today's conference. We hope you enjoyed today's program and events organized throughout the week. With that, we end with Wabillahi Tawfiq wal Hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.